Oh, there it is, finally.
All right. Hello. Now we're also
Venion?
live on this side. Seaweaver
Does
has been
Venion
live.
exist today? I have been. I finished up a run of a game. Okay, my Venion is live.
Okay. We're just gonna do some on-stream setup because
I
it's just
I
how
have my
we roll.
Venion on a separate monitor so that the park can run. Will I set this up too?
Okay.
Gotta love the fact that it was immediately raining.
Oh, it's okay. Stop.
It did stop immediately after I said that. Thanks for trying to gaslight me again. Alright, I guess what I do is I follow Go-Karts 1, or 2 in this case. No! Follow 2.
All right. What are our financials
There we
look
go.
like?
Alright, how do we set this up? What am I doing here?
Okay. I assume you are sufficiently updated that you have the Vignon Net button. Like in Vignon, it should be the bottom on the right.
Maybe not. What's the version you're running?
It should be 1.6.0 at least. And I believe it just released a
Okay.
1.6.2 today. Are you able to add a date?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to worry about it today. We'll just run your Fugi. We'll do it another time.
Oh no! Wait, I didn't hit continue downloading. God damn it! Take me to the new Venion update. I'm decent at multitasking. I can do this. I got this. I'll just let you know when it's all set up and ready to go.
Sure. I guess I'll go ahead. I'll get the lobby set up then. Create.
It does say it's going to take a few minutes to download, but that's okay. We have a download tracker, and I have decent.
Ta-da.
What was I doing with food? I know roughly what I was doing with food. That's not
Okay. How do I look at things?
I have an umbrella stand.
Here we go.
No.
Finances.
How do we not have an info booth? What are we working on? Cotton candy.
Hey, Koala. How's it going?
Cotton candy works.
So, fun fact. It was interesting because I was troubleshooting with Kappa the Vignon Net stuff last night. Because we had tried on Tuesday, for anyone who's here Tuesday, we tried to do the Vignon Net, which is to share models, and it wasn't working. Some serious performance issues on my end, and so we got to troubleshooting. Less important is the fact that we fixed it, and it was related to Kappa's model, which I had also made, so I made corrections to it so that it was not as poor performant around some particular particles. So I fixed that, which is all well and good. What was sort of more interesting is we sort of just meandered into then hand tracking, because Kappa is very jealous of my hand tracking. And so that was like a whole rabbit hole that we did not realize we were going to end up going down, because so I use the Leap Motion, well, I guess I should say the Ultra Leap Stereo IR 170 is the type of hand tracking device I use, which is like a dev kit, which is like
That's like the original dev kit, right?
It's like the dev kit to the Leap Motion 2. The Leap Motion 2 is the most recent one that came out, and the Stereo IR 170 came out after the original Leap Motion, but before the Leap Motion 2, and it had like most of the upgrades that you end up with from the Leap Motion 2, but it was more expensive because it was a dev kit, but it was available much longer ago. So all that really to say is, like, I was suggesting her to get a Leap Motion 2, and even I'm like, boy, I kind of would like to get Elite Motion 2 because I don't know if there's a significant improvement. Well, turns out, Ultra Leap entirely or Ultra Leap Leap Motion has been sold, question mark, to another company after a bunch of layoffs, and you can't find them right now. Their website continues to exist, but everywhere that they tell you it sells them is sold out or out of stock or says coming soon, and like the best estimate for when it's coming is in like November. So it's like, huh? So that was an interesting discovery, to say the least. Furthermore, though, so she's been trying out then a webcam based. So there's web camera motion, or something. It's a small developed sort of application for doing like VTube tracking or whatever, and it does hand tracking based on like a machine learning style algorithmic on webcam, and it does it's okay. It's not as good as a hardware solution, but it at least accomplishes, to some extent, you can, like, you know, raise a hand for emphasis. So that's great. And also seemingly the only alternative at the moment, because the only hardware, the other hardware options are like $800 to $2,000 to $6,000 for hand tracking, like studio style hand tracking, which, you know, not great. But all of this recounting of the fiascos to really get to my more interesting point is that I have for a while occasionally had trouble like keeping track of one of my hands, specifically like my right hand would just kind of like disappear for no seemingly good reason. But through the process of us kind of just sitting there and troubleshooting other stuff, like I'd pulled up my software to like look at what it was looking like, and I saw a like flicker of why it was doing it. And it turns out, so I have a tattoo on my forearm, and turns out that the infrared cameras can see the ink very clearly on an arm, and it was perceiving it sometimes as the hand. And so it saw two hands and didn't know where the hand was. And I lost track of the hand being tracked. This one, this right arm that I'm waggling about right now, would like just get lost because it was like, I don't know where the hand is. So it's like, okie dokie. Which was very interesting circumstance I discovered. Fortunately, I have like compression sleeves that were just a free doodaddler that came with like a Gamer Supps order a long time ago. So I was like, well, I guess I'm wearing my freaking gamer compression sleeve now on that side when I stream so that I don't lose my right arm. So that's the new step I'm going to have to make every time I get ready for stream, is to put on a goofy ass compression sleeve.
Okay, so my Vignon is updated.
Also, hello Priestess. How's it going?
I imagine you're going to have to send me this info and not say it out loud.
Correct. I'm going to send it over to you in Discord.
Send me one quick test message so I can double check that that's not popping up on stream. It shouldn't be.
Okay.
I run with my stream doing my just my whole monitor for,
which is lunacy, if you ask me.
Convenience reasons. Listen,
lunacy.
I have like. Okay, yeah, you're good. I have like
Okay.
50 different games I could play at any given moment's notice that I'm just like, yeah, I'll stream this game because I want to, because that's the kind of streamer I do it on a whim. But that also means that I don't want to set up every single individual game as its own like unique game.
I just go through the trouble of the setting up. Oh, Koala, I have definitely played the Halo games. I love the Halo games. I mean, I played the first 3 plus ODST probably, like, when they came out, right? Like, those were a big part of that time period. Halo 2 was, like, one of the dorm games that was played when I was in college. Like, that was super frequent. I love the Halo games. And I actually, back when I was on Twitch, I don't know if I have the VODs or not. It may have been pre-keeping VODs, but I went through Halo 1, 2, and 3. I didn't do ODST, and I haven't done Reach yet. But I did do those on stream. And actually, it was the Halo games that led to one of my longest streams, because I was going to do a marathon, and I played through the campaign of 2 or 1. 1 or 2. And it wasn't like, I finished it in like 4 hours. So it was not marathon length. And I was like, I set up my whole Saturday afternoon for this. So I was like, guess I'll play the next one, which was much longer. And was then like 8 hours added on. So like it ended up being a total of 12 hours.
Is there a difference between the server stuff I'm inputting and the lobby stuff? Because it's asking for that bottom bit twice and saying that one of them is incorrect. Do you need the... I don't know if you need the server password or not. I guess you do. But... I guess you do. Okay. Well, yeah, okay. I must, because it says that the server address must be set to that.
Okay, hold on. Then let me send you the server password. It's different.
This is really weird because I see what they were going for.
Not sure how you feel about ODST, Koala. I did not care for ODST as much. That said, though, I feel like they executed on what they wanted out of ODST effectively. It's just not really what I wanted out of a Halo game, I guess. Because, like, they get the sort of, like... It's a little different of a narrative. The vibe they're going for is a much, like, bleaker sort of, like... You know, taking on forces larger than you. Oh, I see that you attempted to connect and were disconnected.
The lobby ID was incorrect.
Let me make sure. I see that as the lobby ID. Did you mistype it?
No, I double checked here. I can even send you this without alt-tabbing.
Let me see. Maybe I... So close the connection, no such lobby found. Well, that's...
But that is the correct one.
True. Yeah. Here, let me like disconnect. And then make a new lobby instead.
No worries, I can always go about the park while I...
Try that lobby ID. But anyway, so I did not like this sort of like more sort of vulnerable, weaker player character vibes of ODST. Like, I know that was what they were going for. Yeah, like you say, it's major whiplash from usually playing as Master Chief, and I didn't care for it as much.
I'm connected.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so how does this work?
Okay, so what you'll need to do is go into...
Can I close that window for now? Or does closing that window end this?
You can close that window. Okay. All you'll need is to know what like the Vignon position slot number mine is.
I think yours is just 1.
Most likely.
Yeah, yours is 1.
And so I don't see your model loading in though. Do you have your model loaded up?
Yep, I'm loaded. I'm running.
Huh? Do you see mine?
No, not auto loaded.
Interesting. It should have. Do I have any model written to stream? Getting model. Should hypothetically have the model. With the junk. This was just working yesterday. No problems. I see that you are a connected client.
Oh, I see you now. Whoa.
Really?
Whoa. Yeah, I see you.
Why is this so shocking? Is it...
Alt middle mouse.
Is there something weird about
it? We're like
it?
on the same spot.
Correct.
The weird bit.
Yes, that is to be expected. But I don't see you, which is an odd thing. So if you...
I see.
So what you do is go into props, and then you'll want to load from file, and you'll add a prop. And in the folder for Vignon, there are items, and then there are props, and within that there are VNet position slots. And so you'll grab VNet position slot 1, and you'll load that as a prop, and then you can reposition the prop, and that is how you move my model around on your side.
Gotcha, there we go. Whoa.
I still don't see your model coming through, though. That's bizarre. Okay.
Well, now you've disappeared for me. Unless you're all the way above... Oh, you were above me. Right, I can't move you without drastically skyrocketing. Yeah, there you go. Oh.
Okay, so if we unhide that...
Okay, not 0.
Are you a drastically different size than me or something? Where are you? Why can't I see you? Are you tiny? Are you huge? No.
Not rotating.
Seemingly not.
And then we'll position that. Yeah, we'll put Poe like over here.
Why?
Alt middle mouse.
Why is yours working? Props.
And
what is this nonsense? What is this nonsense? Well, I guess at the very least, I get to be on your stream, so I guess that's something. I don't know why I can't see your model, but...
Oh, that's so weird.
What?
Why does my camera track like that? If I move, you move with me now?
Oh, yes. So under the props, if you haven't done much setting up of props, that's because the prop is connected to you. One of the best ways to do it is to, under props, there is a linked bone at the top right.
Yeah, I went to camera now.
Yep. Camera is going to be likely what you want. Oh, well. Maybe I need to update my version to pull you over. I don't know why it has unsuccessfully loaded.
Oh, it looks so weird when I have the full model like that.
I know, you can actually, like, see me gesture and do things now.
Oh! Oh no, I haven't been able to find you yet since I linked you to the camera.
The big thing that you'll need to do is go negative Z? Positive Z. You need to move the Z. Positive Z, yeah. So that it goes from being on top of the camera to in front of the camera. But as to your point, Koala, of Halo 4 and 5,
Oh.
well, a big part of the dislike for 4 and 5 ties into the fact that that was when it moved to not Bungie, and it moved to 343 Studios. And so it had changed hands. And it's...
Industries.
Is it 343 Industries?
It was.
I don't know. Maybe in-game it's 343 Industries, and the Studio 3... It doesn't actually matter. It had changed hands. And they were kind of getting their sea legs as far as recreating the Halo vibes. And they did not immediately stick the landing, is really what it comes down to. They did not, right out of the gate, manage to hit that same experience that Halo was providing up to then. And that's definitely some of the dislike for 4 and 5. I believe I played 4. I don't think I even have played 5, even to this day. And I definitely felt the difference in 4. Like, it wasn't quite right. It wasn't bad. Oh, good God. Why green screen? Why are you using green screen?
I didn't. Okay, my VNUN camera hasn't been set up on this new laptop yet.
For shame. You got to be using a Spout 2 output. I'm gonna look all goofy.
How do I use a Spout 2 output?
But they're the better output.
I asked, how do I use that?
Oh, how? Not okay. How is you'll need to in OBS. You'll have to get a Spout 2 plugin, and then you can send directly Spout 2 output instead of using a camera. And that is through the settings in VNUN output. At the top, there's just use Spout 2, and then you directly pull in the Spout 2 feed into OBS, at which point it sort of carries transparency automatically rather than having to sort of like manipulate it to get the transparency. You get it for free. It's also more performant because it's like a lower level sort of hardware, closer to hardware level protocol of like transmitting between applications and stuff.
I see.
All right, now the question is, have we been making money while we've been sitting here, or have we been losing money? We have been largely even, but sort of losing money a little bit. That's not ideal. Park entrance fee is a good deal. That's too many of you thinking that. You need to make it a money.
That is too distracting for sure. I just broke it even more, so I'm unfortunately gonna have to set that up later.
Okay, we can abandon ship for now. No problem.
For now.
Yeah,
when
no
you can
worries.
teach me how to set up the
Spout.
spout, then
All right.
hopefully it'll work better.
Yeah, the spout 2 is a big part of.
How you run so smoothly in Vignon, but not in stream.
Yeah, yeah. Most likely.
Because that's kind of what just happened. God, that was a lot of chaos. Okay. Oh, did you see my cotton candy stall?
I don't think so. Which one?
It's right at the entrance. You should see the name.
This one? The Sheep's Indignity. That's an excellent name for a cotton candy shop.
Thank you.
You always try to keep
going.
your Marines alive in Halo. I never concerned myself too much with them, honestly.
Okay,
I usually didn't kill them
honest.
intentionally, though.
I saw a bunch of that meme going around of like, oh, I like to keep my Marines alive, or like you're a monster if you don't keep your Marines alive, etc., etc.
Uh-huh.
And when I first saw that meme, like I think 2 or 3 years ago now or whatever, whenever it like more recently got big again, I saw that meme and my honest reaction was, "There's Marines in OG Halo."
There indeed are. Well, I will say I
just passed by them.
I do think that that's kind of a more interesting challenge run than like a lot of the just like, oh, it's super hard difficulty, blah, 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 doing it with pistol only or whatever. Like, I'd be much more interested in watching somebody do a video of just like no Marine death run of Halo. Like, I think that would be kind of amusing to watch, to what hoops you would have to jump through to try to keep their dudes alive. Someone did do that. I can't say that I'm surprised, because like any kind of idea like that, somebody is out here doing. And I think that one is an amusing one. Because as impressive as they are, people doing like the challenge runs by playing whatever on a dance mat, it's old hat. It's everybody's doing it. It's not true. There's a few people that do it a lot, and the new gimmick is necessary. What are you laughing at?
We are now running an ad campaign for maybe Grog.
Maybe Grog. Which one is
the name of? I think that's the soda drink.
Maybe Grog? Yeah, it's
the soda drink.
Hey, the money is positive. I raised the prices on the entrance fee because apparently everybody was like, it's cheap as shit.
I have been going through this little segment recently. Hang on, I need to turn this game down.
Vandalism. We do have...
That's so much louder.
So, wait.
Speaking of which,
hold on. This is an amusing little bug, I guess. The vandalism over here is really bad, except it has a smiley face. So, I don't know. That guy's just happy about it. Oh, no. We got one person who's like, I'm not paying that much entrance fee. But I still have 4 that think it's a good value. Now. Well, we've got 4 that think it's a good value, so I don't know. It's a little bit of a mixed bag.
Did you get him?
Do, however, have a lot of people complaining about disgusting paths. I don't know where everybody is throwing up, but
there's a bunch of mess in a place for a moment here.
Oh, the food place. Do we have a?
I have 2 dedicated to being in there.
A janitor that's dedicated in there.
Yeah, we have 2.
Huh.
I don't know where he went, though. He just wasn't in there. Oh, because they're pathing wrong. I see.
Oh, yeah, I see. You've got a couple of them.
Okay, so here's...
That does explain a little bit of why paths outside might be ending up a little bit gross. Because I actually hired another janitor, because that was like 2/3 of our janitors there for a minute that were dedicated to sweeping the food court.
Oh, my toilet cost us too much.
Oh, well, that's probably part of the issue. I can't believe nobody has complained about the toilets. Path is really... The vandalism over here is really bad. Okay, now they're sad about the vandalism. Okay, well, now there's freaking 17 people who are like, the park entrance fee is a good deal. So, clearly, most of the people are digging the park entrance fee. Maybe I can even raise it by, like, $1 or $2. Maybe $22.
So, as of late, I have been going through this, I guess you could call it a phase.
Uh-huh. It's not a phase, Mom.
No, it is a phase right now. But it's a phase of trying my hardest to name things in, like, the funniest possible way, even if the funny is only to me. Where I'm just like, I keep needing to one-up myself on my comedic bits. Hey, we can advertise a cash machine again.
Would you like to go to the cash machine? Well, pay $22 to come into our theme park, and then you can.
No entry for guests, please. And then do the same thing right here.
Okay, so one
there
of our
we go. That should give my staff a much better walk around while still keeping the guests nice and happy.
Do we have a couple thrill rides here that I don't think we have placed down yet. What's in here? Is this a Gravitron?
No, but you gotta make sure you have the money for the rule.
I know. Some of these are...
Wipeout, that's new, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was like, the Wipeout and I think the Jumper are both not yet placed.
Let's see, which one could I come up with a better name for? This is what I mean, I'm doing this entirely as part of the bit, like...
That's fair.
The shop thing the other week where,
Cyberpunk.
like, I'm gonna go through my shop names here again, because I'm just like, they were great. Like, Somber Souvenirs, Water Biscuits is pretty funny. Deep Fried Pain is nice, Skewered Hogs, Frozen Cannonballs, okay. Explosive Wheat with a question mark is pretty good. And then obviously there's my favorite, the juice stall called Her Lady's Chambers.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Fucking great.
Always sold in a commemorative pot. Dude, these vandals are out of control.
Or in a little, I'm not gonna go there, never mind. I'm not gonna finish
around. Well,
I know better. But yeah, that's just like part of me being like, I think I could do some funnier names. And I want to see how much I can...
How many we got?
I want to see how far I can push myself. So I'm going to go with either a Wipeout or a Jumper, and I just need to come up with a name.
I'm going to hire another mechanic, I guess. I hope I don't end up losing our money just because of all of the people that are being hired, but...
What we need to do is not actually hire more people. It's, we need to set zones, finally.
Yeah, I also just think
only have
that...
one.
We also kind of just need some more people for some stuff. Because, like... These guys could be kind of constantly be tasked with something, and we would just not have enough to cover all this space.
Oh, yeah, I guess we only have 3. It's the janitors, and I'm like, I don't think we need that many janitors. We just need to zone it a little bit better.
Yeah, I think we're okay on janitors, but yeah, well, one of those mechanics I literally just hired, so we had 2 before. So I was like, you know, We could use.
That's why I'm like, okay, never mind. Yeah.
We could use another one of those bad boys. Because that's gonna help with the vandalism that everybody is complaining about. I'm so tired.
A decent idea on a name.
Do I ever wonder why we're here? I mean, in what capacity?
No, they're doing a funny.
Are they?
Don't you dare ruin the joke. Yes. The correct answer is I don't know. Is it really some cosmic coincidence?
Is that accurate? I don't know.
Actually a benevolent God looking over us every move.
You never know. With that question, like, there's a lot of ways that question could be taken.
In this canyon. No, it's a red versus blue reference.
Oh, yeah. Koala had mentioned red versus blue last time.
Yeah, it's the literal first words of red versus blue.
That's right. Man, I haven't watched red versus blue in, like, forever. I did watch a lot of the beginning of it, but...
So, I pointed out last time, like, RVD was my absolute childhood. I watched that thing from, like, the...
Koala says that they just meant, like, why are we here in this live stream watching us build a park? I don't know. It could be copium, but
that's still part of the reference.
What was all that talk about God? Is that more of the reference? Am I missing?
Yes, that is
okay. I'm just too disconnected from the reference at this point. I have the sudden urge to pop this guy's balloon. I'm gonna do it.
Don't do it.
See you later. I guess you'll have to go buy a new balloon. Okay. Chump.
We're finally getting an info kiosk! Oh my god, I can do the bit I've wanted to do for so long.
Yeah, I'm kind of more concerned about the fact that we're actually making money for the first time in a while.
I have a name lined up for all of these. No, it's okay. The info kiosks need to go in a few places.
Yeah, we're gonna make all that info kiosk money.
One in a couple of different zones. One in each zone, for sure. So, like, entrance... Not exactly off to the other ride. They don't really need it as much, but the thrill ride section needs one somewhere near there. I was gonna put it close to the cafe, but not right at it.
Did you end up putting down a wipeout or a jumper?
No, I'm still trying to come up with a good name for either or.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stick down a wipeout over here.
Okay, you're going with wipeout.
Effectiveness 99% on the Maybe Grog advertisement.
What is that we sell in our store? I don't know. Maybe Grog?
Maybe Grog?
You can come get some Maybe Grog too.
What do I want to do with this? Why all the rides spin? Do you like spinning rides? Like, for real? Spinning rides make me sick. And there's so many spinning rides.
I tend to like them more than not.
And my whole make it sci-fi over here really did not pan out as intended, but here we are.
Oops. Oh, I made a jumper question mark? Oh, what did I do here? How did this go wrong?
Yeah. Hey, that's not the right color. Why are you like this? This color. Repaint. There we go.
There we go. Now it's correct. Alright, we need to come up with a name for the jumper first. So what am I naming this thing? I need a good name.
What? Oh, shit! You put that down and took all of the money! Why have you done this?
I have a name, but I need to know if this is a line I'm willing to cross.
Why does it sound like people are beating others to death? I mean, you never know.
Oh, what do you think? Is this a line I'm willing to cross?
What line is that?
I just need the yes or no.
I mean,
I
as
think
long
you,
as
I
it's
think you
within,
want to be associated with this.
as long as it's within YouTube's TOS, it's probably fine.
I don't know if it is or not. Is the problem.
Damn, that must be pretty freaking bad.
It's one of those gray areas.
It's probably fine. Oh, do we not actually own that part over there?
Okay.
Yet?
If I do this...
They committed a lot of war crimes in Star Wars? Oh, yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, there's certainly one major one that comes to mind.
If I do that, that's technically not against you.
Where is the...
You might want to take a look at the net.
What's that? Oh, you know, the one where they destroyed a whole planet? That's definitely a war crime. I mean, they being the Empire.
I'm sorry, that's the one you're going with? I know, I haven't even watched Star Wars, and I still know they executed a bunch of children.
I don't know if you realize this, but planets have a lot of children on them.
Okay.
No, you know.
Okay. Here's my counter argument to this. There is a moral difference in the two.
What?
Yes.
Explain.
One of them is a button you push, and it just takes out anything on the planet. Because you are not directly looking at each individual person.
That is an emotional difference, not a moral difference.
It is a moral difference.
It's not.
There is a moral
It is absolutely not.
Because think of it. Okay, no. This is.
What the hell are you basing your morals on over there?
Court.
Because
it is not. If the entire planet is gone, it is not provable that there were children on said planet. It is only provable that the planet was there.
No!
And then it wasn't. You have no proof that there was even a single person on that planet.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
You do.
No, you don't.
You do.
No, because... Okay.
So you're saying that you can get away with that it's not morally bad to get away with a crime as long as you've successfully eradicated the evidence sufficiently? That's the end. That is the end of your claim. That as long as the evidence is eradicated fully, then there is no moral problem with doing anything.
I'm saying that there is a moral difference between what's the stupid term called? It's when you target a specific victim for a crime. That thing. What is that called?
I'm not sure.
Prejudice?
Sure exactly.
Prejudice doesn't sound right though.
I don't.
Okay. If you're gonna go execute a whole planet of people, that's a whole planet. You give no regard, left, right, or center, to who is on that planet.
Yep. Significantly morally worse than killing one guy because you hated him.
That
significantly worse.
No. Okay, yes.
But
what it's not significantly different than is saying, I am going to go in a room full of children that is locked, where they cannot escape, and single-handedly take their lives by my own hand.
Yes, do you guys know the definition of war crimes? one of the main definitions of like war crimes is indiscriminate death of non-military combatants. That's destroying a planet. That's the most significant war crime committed in Star Wars. Like, hands down. Well, aside from the newer ones, which then destroy more than one planet because they just felt they needed to up the ante. But, like, that's a war crime.
I would argue that children are a worse war crime.
That's not even arguably a war crime. They weren't at war. Like, that was just wild-ass murder. Which, also, not morally as bad as destroying a planet. I can't believe I have to argue this. This is wild.
Oh, have you checked the name for my new ride yet, by the way?
I sort of...
we gotta understand what's wrong with it.
It's just we gotta ... Oh.
Yep, that's correct.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
I think that's why that one is good, but also questionable.
But that's not the definition of a war crime. War crime. The definition of war crimes are far broader. Well, technically, I'm talking to Koala. I don't know. They're probably not Canadian, but Koala is claiming that war crimes only exist like based on things that already like. Since the Death Star is a weapon that doesn't exist, it can't necessarily be classified as a war crime or not, and that's simply not accurate for what the definition of war crimes are. Like,
no. Technically, Koala does have an argument to be made, and the argument to be made was actually like brought up specifically in a one of the newer Star Trek movies. That was really good, by the way. Is if so the question that it was brought down to is if you use something that is not a weapon for its intended purpose, and that happens to destroy a planet, is that a crime?
If that was your intention, yes. I think you guys need to understand something, that I'm a consequentialist morally. Like, I don't give a shit how we got there. A planet got destroyed by somebody, and they are morally culpable. Like, I don't give a shit if they did it with a Star Destroyer or a pencil eraser. Like...
But I'm saying from a legal standpoint, they could get away with it.
I don't think they could.
I think they could. I think there's grounds to be made for, like, basically ignorance.
I would argue if they were not ignorant that they were going to destroy a planet.
Is that?
And I would straight up argue if they can get away with it, then the legal system is wrong.
Okay, that's just is the case in the normal world regardless. So
I know, I would also argue that, but still, like... I don't actually really give a shit most of the time about, like, legality. I actually build stuff on a moral framework, so, like...
Okay, I need to change the name.
Yeah, that's why I don't care about the Empire's legal system. I'm concerned with the moral stance.
I can't leave the name of the ride to be We Got A. It's funny, but it's not that funny.
That's fair. There are no high intensity
like
rides. The park entrance.
It's only funny if you know the bit, and that ruins the bit outright entirely. So
it's true. All right, people have fewer things to complain about at the moment. That's fantastic. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this wipeout. What am I gonna do with wipeout? I need to decorate you or something. It's another freaking spinning ride.
Of benches that go up and down with a tornado in the middle.
Hey,
There's got to be some sick joke I can make on that.
we're not in Kansas anymore.
That's way too bland.
What are you talking about? I'm literally the opposite of that, Koala. I'm not basically riding. Like, who cares if they're butchering kids and turning them into war machines? It's entirely legal. I'm exactly the opposite. I don't care if someone claims it's legal to butcher kids and turn them into war machines. The result is horrible and thus wrong. I'm the opposite. I don't think they should be able to hide behind the mask of legality.
Give it legally speak.
Legally speaking, I'm gonna beat your ass. Oh, Ryan becomes a criminal because he tried to stop them. Yes. Then in that case, I agree.
Oh, what's the name? I don't think I can...
I concur then.
I don't think I can accurately, like, write testicles and get away with it.
See, if we were using a Dungeons and Dragons alignment chart, I'm a little bit into the chaotic good side of things, I suppose.
Oh, I am 100% the stupid made up bits of just either chaotic lawful or chaotic neutral. Great. There is no winning with me. And that's what makes it fun.
I used to be far more lawful good, and then I grew up and, you know, figure my shit out. And now I'm more chaotic. I played DRG. Well, yeah.
Okay. The rule for the park, by the way, is we have to stick to the theming still, right?
That was the idea, although I was trying to expand the theming a little bit over here, and it has not exactly panned out.
What have you tried to expand the theming into? I need to see.
Well, because remember, like, I had the plan to do the, like, sci-fi thing, moving from here into sci-fi and then moving back, but I didn't have enough stuff. Well, the UFO has kind of turned into a giant mushroom in some ways.
Okay,
kind of has a mushroom vibe more than anything.
I'm thinking of making, like, a business bureau. And giving the ride the name Baby's First Tax Evasion.
I mean, honestly, at this point, you gotta go for it.
No, I can do better. I can fit the theme.
It's like, I mean, I'm trying to think of what I'm gonna do over here for this theme. I don't freaking know.
I'm like, these restrictions are here for me for a reason. I need to figure out what I'm doing with those restrictions.
The thing about the dwarfs from Deep Rock Galactic is that the perspective on the moral of what they're doing kind of depends on your stance towards the bugs, right? Of whether...
If we want to get into defending morals and, like, what is moral and what is amoral, I think the only good franchise to go to for an argument is just straight up Warhammer. Warhammer 40k. Go ahead and try. Even I can't do it. There is no moral high ground.
No, I think there are less amoral perspectives in some cases. There are less amoral perspectives, but there is no moral high ground in Warhammer. No, the Tau are the most close to being considered the moral high ground.
Even they have some stuff
but they
don't like.
Yes, they certainly have their issues.
It's not gonna be a place that uses, like, actual hell as a means of transportation.
Well, the Tau actually don't do that, of note. Well, and then there's actually some...
Okay, I know the Tau don't do that, but...
There's also some interesting arguments to be made about the actual quote-unquote forces of chaos being some of the more internally moral, at least, than others. given certain perspectives on sort of what they do and why they do the things they do, but
there's no winning with it though.
Not really. That's one of the interesting things about Warhammer 40k, though, that I always find interesting, because there's some degree of like suspension of disbelief that you sort of have to go through, or that you can go through because of its sort of over-the-top nature that allows you to sort of think about that sort of, you know, the grim, dark space. Because it's like, in some cases, in D&D and other things, and real life, right, there is a baseline assumption in most things that ultimately, like, all of the sapient races are on roughly even ground, or should be on roughly even ground, and can functionally, like, get along, right? Like, in real life, humans are humans, and there's not a fundamental difference between any of us, and, like, humans should be able to just get along and be fine if we could stop being assholes. But
Chat, I need to know if this counts.
Warhammer opens up the premise of, like, what happens when you have races that do fundamentally function on different axioms of morals, and what happens when you throw them together. Which I think is an interesting, you know, point of exploration that doesn't actually exist in real life, because we don't have anything that fundamentally exists on a different set of axioms. At the end of the day.
Where is this going?
Anyway.
Please don't worry about me in the slightest. I am being a lunatic. Although, I need you to look at the decorations and name of my new, like, jumper over here and let me know if this counts.
The unthemed ride, is that what you're... I don't know if that counts.
I don't think it does. I need time.
Although you could just, like, put it in a gray box and call it freaking, like, liminal space.
No, I'm not gonna be that lame.
I have not entirely kept up with, like, what Helldivers 2 has been going on, like, with the Illuminate.
This is going to sound like a very lame name, but only to anyone who doesn't know us. So if you'd like, there's a new restaurant right at the front of the place. The thing.
Which one? Oh, the pretzels? The ultimate dessert? Unbelievable. Though technically it's the ultimate desert, rather than dessert.
Oh, I did spell... I know, which, I spelled it wrong.
In and of itself is kind of funny. The ultimate desert. Sandy, sandy snacks. Yeah, they're doing the mindless drones.
Oh, does that
count
for a stupid name or a slogan, I guess? So, okay, I know there's going to be a lot of people that are mad at me for what I'm about to say.
Uh-huh.
But I need to confirm... I guess I could, just confirm whether or not this is, like, the case, but... I'm lazy and gonna question and just go off. I'm gonna give you the slogan in question. Is this appropriate for a dessert restaurant named Desert Slogan? But the slogan I had in mind was just a dessert so dry you become a Jedi. Because that dude hates sand or something. Right?
Uh-huh.
That's the meme?
I'm unfamiliar with the meme.
I
personally.
hate sand.
Yeah.
The Star Wars meme.
I mean, I don't. It doesn't ping as like a regularly used meme to my mind.
I know it's a Star Wars meme, and I know.
But
it was,
I'm
like,
also very
everywhere
bad
for a
at
while.
those sorts of references because I just don't pay enough attention to most things like that. What am I gonna do about this damn spinning ride?
Okay, I'm not naming this Sinner's Gluttonous Gut Shirts.
Oh, I don't like sand. It's rough and coarse, and it gets everywhere. Koala is.
That thing, yeah.
It's fine. Don't worry. Koala has your back far more than I do at the moment.
So, okay, Koala, does that slogan make sense then? I don't know because I haven't watched Star Wars.
What the heck?
Okay, that is not for a lack of trying. This thing comes up too much at this point. I have tried to watch Star Wars. I have never gotten past the first 20 minutes of any movie without falling asleep. I even tried to go see it in theaters at one point.
Damn. That's some shade you throwing.
Don't know what happens. I can't even tell you if it's like too boring that I fall asleep or not. Because it's in the first 20 minutes every time.
Let's see. Can I make this bigger?
I made a new t-shirt place. I would like approval on the name.
What's the name of the t-shirt place? Where is that? Is that at the front? It's not at the front.
And no, it's in Sinner's Gluttonous Food Court.
T-shirts? T-shirts?
It's the blue one.
Winch's Stolen Top.
Yeah.
Pretty good, although the E
The
here
Winch
is...
is stolen?
Winch is stolen. Stolen Tops.
Oh. I didn't realize I had a second E, my bad.
It's cool.
Okay. Winch is Stolen Tops is pretty good, though. I'm happy with that one. I need to rename the jumper, though.
Props.
Okay, I know exactly how to theme this one properly and what name to give it. There you go. That's the name we give it. We just need to do this properly now. You can take a look whenever you wish.
Let's see, can I...
But when you get the chance, I would appreciate approval on the newest name.
Which one? Oh, the jumper? The
Yep.
Abandoned Quest?
That is indeed its name.
That's a pretty good name.
Nice. Awesome. Thank you.
I'm gonna try... Do I have enough stuff to make this... I need something that looks like grass. That kind of looks like grass. Can I make it bigger? I can. That's... grass adjacent, I guess. Ah, true. Koala wishes to explain with the sand thing you've got going. It's, Anakin said it to Padme, and it's meant to represent him on Tatooine, as he was raised there on a sand planet as a slave, and sand reminds him of all this slavery.
Uh-huh.
But the quote makes it sound like it's just mildly infuriating. That's fine. You don't have to remember
any of that.
But it is some context.
It is. I appreciate the context, even though it's gonna go over my head, man. I don't know what it is, but I can't do Star Wars stuff apparently. Okay, so if I make a wall first, I could probably put a sign on afterwards. Oh, right. I know what I wanted to talk
this down
to you about at some point today.
Uh-huh.
Blueprints
Yeah.
was
Very
something
good.
that you were interested in. Who is slurping?
Oh, that's probably the vines that I'm putting down.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
It's
You can see how I thought it sounded like
yeah,
slurping,
it's
though,
slurp
right?
adjacent, to be sure.
It's not quite a slurp, but it's like things are just close enough to a slurp that was kind of just the go-to.
Oh, I have impoverished us with vines. All right, okay. Are you guys, do you guys like the decoration is high? All right, all right. Okay. I still need some more vines, technically.
I will say I love blueprints.
Uh-huh.
I need to preface this entire conversation with that like
I expect some
every
negative,
bit of
negative opinions to follow then.
There are some negative things that need to be said about it.
That's fair.
Because I think it hasn't had enough negative things specifically said about it.
That is something that I do find a little bit annoying about those occasional breakout indie hits that they end up nobody ends up talking about any kind of the constructive criticisms related to them. Everybody's just like, it's perfect. Like, okay, well, anyway, continue on.
No, it's okay. You're right to be angry in that too, because that's exactly one of my biggest complaints is that people don't talk about the negatives enough in gaming of anything. But that only makes me want to preface more that I do think Blueprints is 9.5 to 9. Or 9 to 9.5 out of 10. It definitely can't be a 10 with the two big criticisms I have.
Mm-hmm. No, not the vandals are back.
The first big one is that I like that it's as long as it is, and that it gives you a lot of freedom and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
But its roguelike nature is also its biggest downside.
Mm-hmm.
In that half the time I don't know if I even want to consider doing a run or not. Because I'm just I feel like I should just reset this day because I got terrible luck already.
Yeah.
Or you waste an entire day to I had one day that was so terrible. So to anyone who doesn't know, Blueprints has the awesome core concept of you have a house that you can only take so many steps in each day. Every time you take a step, obviously, you lose a step, whatever. At the end of the day, the house gets reset. But as you go, you draft the rooms of the house, and you create the house on a weird daily basis. So every day is different. You can draft different rooms. And from that, there are these types of rooms called dead-end rooms that can be useful, and they can be detrimental. And I specifically had a run where the start of the house, you have 3 rooms to draft from, and then you have the outside, and that's how they get you started each day. Every single one of those was just a dead end off the bat. There was no fixing it.
Yeah.
And when I got that run, I was just like, what was the point of making me do this?
Yeah,
as a person who does develop games, I know it's hard to do so, but I also know it is so much more worth it to just code in a little safeguard so that things like that can't happen.
Or alternatively, if you don't code in a way to prevent that, I think one of the things that I think Balatro did well, that a lot of people have praised it for, which I think is entirely fair, is the speed at which you can get to a new run. And similarly, I think, like, if you get the start like that, that's terrible, just give the opportunity to be like,
you can
try it again.
You can just call it a day at any point. So you can end the run prematurely.
Well, I mean,
but
if
Blueprints in particular has a thing where there are so many puzzles. Here, let's do a little fun active on-stream shenanigan and check. I can't check it on stream because it's on Snow's account, right? I'll check on my phone. But I want to give reference to like how long we've played of Blueprints, and emphasize the fact that we only maybe now have the second or third quarter of the game finished. We're not sure. In fact, no one is, I'm fairly certain, because I haven't actually seen anyone talk about the end of this game yet. Which just means that no matter what, it's going to suck to get into it if you're like... If you're one of those people that wants to have a good, like, quick puzzle game to enjoy, you might like the first 1/5 or 1/4 of the game, which is getting the one ending cutscene. Beyond that, the other problems will only start to compile of the same couple of problems showing up so much.
Right.
That you just won't enjoy it nearly as much. I can't check on my phone either. Oh, yes,
that's one of the challenges. Kind of what you're talking about touches on something that's coming to my mind, in that, like, I think that more times more thought needs to go into sort of like the expected, like, full time investment, or like what kind of pacing or full experience you're trying to provide. So, like, me and a friend are trying to make a game as well, though we've bounced through several different ideas at different times because we both have a hard time, like, focusing and continuing to get, like, it accomplished. Me, because I'm stupidly busy. Him, because he's got ADHD, and we're just like, we on the struggle bus. But, like, one of the things when it's like roguelite adjacent, that it's like, okay, how long is a run? How many runs do we expect somebody to do before they can quote unquote finish the game? Like, does it need to have a finish to the game? And it's just like, you gotta think about that stuff, and at some point you gotta be like, maybe this is too long, right? Like, maybe this is not, like, lining up with the overall experience that we're aiming to accomplish. And I think sometimes that sort of thinking and conversation just doesn't happen. And the thing is maybe that's fine, because maybe it's hitting a niche that, like, there's a group of underserved gamers who are, like, really want, like, a 200-hour long roguelike puzzle game. Maybe that's, like, perfect for some group of people, and that's awesome. But generally speaking...
So, as a person in that group, as, like, that's why I'm still playing it, is that I do love the game. I love puzzle games. Like, the last one I really got to enjoy was Entropy Center.
Mm-hmm.
When that came out. And this is definitely one of those things where it's like, it's nothing like that. It has its own unique mechanics, its own unique twist, there's a lot of things to learn, whatever, etc. And it's like, yeah, I do love the fact that it is as long as it is.
Jesus.
The part that I don't like is how many times the same couple of problems have cropped up in our, which I checked now, by the way, it is 60 hours so far, and we haven't gotten to. If there even is an ending 2 that anyone knows about. I don't know about one. I haven't found anyone that knows about one off the top of my head. Unless I go and do a funny where I talk to a specific game dev named pirate themed streamer who loves to brag about shit he absolutely didn't do.
Shit.
Sorry, that's beef I can get into afterwards. But hey,
Fair.
So like, I love it because it's as long as it is. The issues that crop up, however, are the big issue for me. So our first big issue that keeps recropping up is there are like 3 types of different clues you can get to puzzles. There are clues that are just kind of hidden in the background. There are clues that are directly called to your attention, like a letter might say, like, one of the first letters we got was, oh, hey, I love that new idea for a rule set for darts that you came up with, where you don't actually use the rule of darts, but you use math instead, and you figure it out. And then when we got to a dart puzzle, we saw, oh, hey, when you click the numbers, things happen. And when you then click the right mathematical equation answer, the puzzle is solved. Cool. Awesome puzzle. Great clue. Great hints all throughout. We even like looked at the side of the dartboard, had some little like faded symbols to tell you what does what, etc. And it's like great. Then there are clues that are just dependent on pure luck. And so as a result, you might get it when you need it. You might get it like... I had one where we didn't get the clue until after we had gotten the first ending, but it was for a puzzle we had always been doing.
Yeah, that...
Where they're like, oh, hey, you gotta use 8 different dates to crack 8 different safes. And we're like, okay. That makes sense. We already had that clue, though. Imminent bankruptcy.
Yeah, we're a little on the struggle bus. We, the spot at Nixie might need replaced.
Yeah, I might make it.
Because the...
I think I'm just gonna bite that bullet now.
Because that is definitely losing the money. Well, it's one of the things losing the monies.
No, it's fair. I'm gonna eat it and I'll put a new ride in when we have a new ride.
This is making money. This is making money.
So the example I want to give for the next one does like weirdly rely on that last one, where it's like we got the clue. Oh, 8 dates, crack 8 safes.
Jesus, this is not making very much money, despite people constantly being in line.
And so we have that clue to a puzzle, and it's like, great, cool.
That makes pretty good money.
That's awesome. We have the answer to that puzzle now. Then you get the worst type of clue the game likes to offer, which are clues that just don't help in any way whatsoever, because they rely on another clue entirely for you to get the right answer. And so for reference of that one, like, we had the message that was like, oh, 8 dates, crack 8 safes, whatever. I'm trying not to say the full, like, actual message, because there is more to the hint than that.
Sure.
Just in case.
Don't wanna spoilers.
Yeah, exactly. So we had that, like, sort of clue. And then we get a new clue related to the same thing that's just like, hey, that message has a bunch of different meanings and, like, 3 double entendres. Can you figure them out? And I'm just like, no. What do you mean?
No.
There's not a single double entendre in it. What are you referring to?
Yeah, I can definitely see how...
And the issue with
clues as random elements could really be non-ideal.
Yeah, and then sometimes they also give you, like, other clues that aren't helpful because they're for a puzzle you haven't even gotten yet. But the game doesn't want to even hint that that's a possibility.
Yeah,
there's nothing to tell you when to go to a clue, right? So, for example, we have a word that's just written somewhere in the world, but it has some blank spaces along with the word that's written. Obviously seems very suspicious. So I tried figuring it out a little bit, putting my brain into it, and we got to the point where we had to look up at least like 3 different puzzles out of the 500 we've solved already. I don't feel bad for having to look at the ones we did. We would have never figured them out. So when we come to that, it's like, okay, we've had this puzzle for like 40 hours now. It's about time to just look up a hint and see what people are saying to do with it. And so we did that with the one word we had for like the past 40 hours. And her response is, oh, yeah, this is part like 5 of a 10-part puzzle that we don't even have yet. And I'm just like, cool, why did you give me this 2 minutes into the game then?
Yeah, honestly, all that being the case, I don't actually know if I'd really like blueprints. For me personally, Koala mentions I like playing games like Portal, and like I can't agree more. Like,
okay,
I want a really like out of my puzzle games, I really want a much more tight, like controlled experience in puzzle games specifically for me. Like I won't like blueprints, then I can promise you that. Yeah, I'm not one that likes to be like collecting notes for hours. Oh, you want to see? Then like trying to piece this huge thing together. Like I really want my puzzle games to be like properly curated. And like
yeah, you want to see how bad that's gotten for us in blueprints? This is like my warning to you as to why I don't think. Oh yeah, you want to see it? Hang on. I'll show it to chat too, because this chat isn't normally here for blueprints, as far as I know. But we actually started using a program called PeerRef, which is like a program to let artists have like a reference sitting pinned over top of their art as they draw.
Oh, sure.
So it's a program that does that. Here is our blueprints documentation book. This isn't even counting Steam Notes either, by the way. There is more in Steam Notes. I'm streaming it to Discord.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a lot of notes, and I do not want to have to be taking notes like that. That's
you have.
I believe that you have to, and I know that there are people who love that.
About this because I want to talk about this because this is one of the things that I love. That it was like I could do this as a puzzle, but it's because I like these puzzles. So
well, so this really does
so bad that there is this here, right? Which is a map of the world in their game. This is a school exam you have to take that involves said exam. Jesus. I, at one point, had to do this geography that tells us what country goes where on a map, in addition to what color each country's flag is. And it was for more than 3 different puzzles that we need to know these colors. Like, it is a big element of the game that you know the historical event of why there is black versus red on the same country.
That's crazy.
There is also, but like, that is the part that I get excited about, is when the clues are a little bit obvious enough that you can figure it out, what all the clues are for, but you just can't figure out what it goes to right away. It's like, I kind of like those. When you can at least piece the clues together and know what they do. And you just don't know what the puzzle is that you're looking for example. Like, when I had this, for example, for the first time, we didn't know what it was for, but we knew it was a clue to something, because it's like a lot of the other hints in the game we were given just look like a clue. So we're like, oh, this is significant. And when we got to it, I was just like, oh, that's this clue. Easy enough to piece together. It's an actual puzzle of a puzzle game. You have different pieces, they go in different places. But like, there are too many times where if I look at this, for example, this is how many rooms you can draft on a house each day, with the exception of this first room here and this top room here. Can't be drafted because they already have preset rooms every day. In addition, we technically have one extra now that you do have to draft at some point, but it stays on the house, and ours is like right here now, but whatever. My point is, there is a puzzle in which you have to go through this place, draft very specific rooms that each correlate to a chess piece that is found only in that room, and then you have to remember where they all are so you can go somewhere else on the map to then put those chess pieces into place. And it does a thing. And it's like, to some people, yeah, that's going to be too much work. But when you have those kind of pieces that work together, it's fine. Versus, like, when I have this, I love it. Like, this is, like, we had an entire history book that was just redacted at, like, this. I need to clip this at some point, because I did read this to the best of my capabilities, where I read out every single redacted I could. Just as the word redacted.
Uh-huh.
And so it's like, oh, this helps us piece together a little bit. And then we get, like, an actual history book that's first edition later, and then we learn that, oh, the history book has been redacted, so that shows that there is something wrong with the history here. And that then dives deeper into us and where we got into our problem of, like, we were trying to solve a puzzle, and I had to use the geography bit to be like, oh, no, we keep thinking the answer is red because of where we are, but the answer is actually black because of the history of the place. Means that it went from red to black, this, like, whole era of things. And I'm like, it's great. I love that bit to it. But then we get like this, where we got this clue. This is the one that I was talking about, where it's like a word that just kind of happens. And we got this, like, I want to say 20 hours into the game. We still don't know what it goes to. We still have not a clue what the actual, like, what this is referring to in any way. We just know we have it. And it's like, cool. Thanks, game. Love that.
Yeah,
and
so...
those are the ones that I don't like. But because it's a roguelike, there are... And it's as long as it is, too.
Right.
There are so many of them. Like, another one that I have, that I have it, and I don't know what it goes to, but I know it does something. Because I'm like, there's all these numbers on this thing.
Yep.
Don't know if I have to remember the angle of anything. I know that 2 and 1 are important because they're dotted. Goes up through 7. Cool. Don't know what else that's for.
So, this kind of brings to mind, this is kind of shifting into a arbitrary, well, I feel like it's related, but one of the things that this makes me think about and get a little bit frustrated by is it actually kind of brings to mind the discussion around, like, difficulty in video games, and should there be, you know, an easy mode or this, that, or the other. And it's like, it kind of annoys me that, like, that's, while it's always such a hot topic for, like, Dark Souls games, it doesn't come up for this game for some reason, when it's like...
I didn't even get to show you,
like,
a thing.
this
You're
is
going into a tangent that I want to talk about after, too.
Like, this is an alternative perspective on difficulty. It's a different type of difficulty. And, like, to be clear, I believe that it's fine to have games that are potentially too difficult, or... honestly, this is just a very specific kind of gameplay, and if it's not for you, like, that's fine. Like, it sounds like it's not really for me, and that's fine. And you could portray that as being like, oh, it's harder than something I want to deal with. And, like, it's just, it feels like it's selectively applied when people want to get bent out of shape about difficulty. And it's like, it's one of those discussions that gets to me to be a little bit frustrating to me, because it's like, games are allowed to have difficulty as a core mechanic, and, like, for them to choose that, no, I don't want to make this easier because I think the difficulty is part of the experience, and then, like, that's okay. And what really gets me is when people come in and they're like, oh, I love everything about this game except for the part that, like, that it's hard, and it's like, well, then I don't know if you really like this game, because, like, that would be like me coming in and being like, oh, I like everything about Blueprints, except it's, like, all the puzzles. And it's like, well, that's kind of the point. You just don't like this game. It's like, yeah, that's fine. Like, you could just not like it.
No, I get that. It's not that I don't like the puzzles for me either. It's just that I don't like the inconsistency at which we get clues, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, and that's...
I guess even my other problem kind of boils down to that one, too, so, you know...
Because, yeah, like, I'm not trying to say that, like, any of that was what you were saying. It's just, like, hearing you talk about it, I'm like, this is a hard game in a different way than mechanically hard. And, like...
Oh, yeah.
It's kind... Well, and it's another one of those that's like, okay, how would you even give an easy mode if somebody wanted to come with the complaint of like, well, games that are hard should have easy modes so that it's more accessible. It's like, some games are just not for you, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. This game's not for me, and I consider myself good at games. Like, I'm also decent at puzzles. It's just like, it's just not for me. And that's okay.
Okay, so,
like,
speaking of, by the way, you want to know a fun fact? Everything I just showed you is for easy mode.
Yeah.
There is no like easy mode. But there is a difference between like there's a hard mode that exists in the game.
That's crazy.
Man, how did I run a
Did you build
$4,000
something?
smoking net? There's no way.
Did you build something? You did build something.
I did.
Oh, you're there. There's no way we're gonna have the money for a wooden coaster. Those things are like $8 grand.
I took out a loan of $4 grand.
Yeah, that's notably smaller than $8 grand. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I can't take out more loans.
No, we're kind of impoverished. Also, the sneak attack is also losing money at this point.
Oh, I can raise the price on the sneak attack.
Well, assuming people will still go, but yeah.
I can raise it by like $1 and see what happens.
The Illusion Carnival had some pretty confusing puzzles at some point.
Oh,
that's fair.
No, maybe not. You might be right in that it needs to go.
I did get that added to my wish list, by the way, because it does look quite interesting. I'm keeping my eye on that for when later chapters get released. Also, hello,
Hey,
Snowballs.
so I realized it happened again.
I fixed it.
No, not that.
What happened?
Something happened.
What
Go-karts.
What about the go-karts? I mean, the go-karts are doing better. It's still a long-ass queue.
They have a line, though.
It is a long-ass queue.
But I can't really make it that much shorter without needing to do some other things.
I mean, it's also at least better that it's not... Well, it is kind of literally 10% of the people in the park. At least it's not like 30% of the people in the park are in line for one ride like it had happened previously. But that's like...
No, but I am going to raise the price of it, at least, to hopefully discourage...
Or at the very least, make more money off of the people in line. Where the heck did all of you guys go? Why did everybody stop going to the movie? I worked so hard on the movie.
It's like a lot of our rides are getting outdated.
Yeah.
I wonder if I need to like run an advertisement for a sneak attack.
Hold on, I can freaking change the movie at the movie.
Oh, do that.
Maybe a new movie will pull in new folks. Look, you want to come to 101 Dinosaurs, don't you?
32, 135, 72... 72?
I'm actually going to switch our research to calm rides for a second, just because we don't have very many of those.
I had to make a hard decision, but it's kind of also tanking the budget a bit, where I fired one of our security guards.
Oh. How much were we paying the security guard?
It was like $72 a month for the two of them.
I think they're $24 a month each. So it would have been 72 for the third. Now it's down to 48 a month.
Oh, sorry, yeah, third, sorry. But yeah, it's like Blueprints has been great. I do not think it's for you, but I do.
That's fair.
You pointed out something that I'm like, hang on, that was actually a really big funny that I wanted to bring up on the stream for Zanier. So if like, oh, also, I want to slow down the speed so that we have time to react to different issues. Right now, if we're on fire, put out.
Sure.
But there was indeed a whole.
I mean, you could just freaking sell the wooden coaster, and then we would no longer be impoverished.
I could, but my wooden coaster.
It's not making money. It's an incomplete wooden coaster. It's $4,000 we've gotten back.
Yeah, I'm paying off that loan, so don't get rid of like half that. Like the $3,000 is getting paid back. Bro, that monthly fee needs to go back down to 10. Also, to be fair, this is just we're back where we were then.
I know.
Do anything.
We are
Save up the 1,000 quickly so we can pay it off, so the monthly fee doesn't hit us. Oh, that's what the other issue is. I see. Okay.
So tired. Park entrance fee is a good deal. I'm not paying that much. There are no high intensity rides. Okay.
No high intensity rides.
I know they're still complaining about that. Not a whole lot of them are complaining about it, but some are complaining about it. I don't know what to do for them. We are not making a tremendous amount of money.
No, I still have to raise the sneak attack price.
Yeah, losing money on that is certainly not ideal. It's not like a whole lot.
I'm gonna try something. It costs 430. Okay, that's gonna suck, but we're gonna do it. I'm running an ad campaign on the one roller coaster we have. See if sneak attack can make us some money finally.
That would be good. I was trying to find a marketing.
If the advertisement, oh, it's under the finances at the far right. These campaigns.
Oh, that's where it is.
That is my condition to that ride. Is if the campaign ends and the ride has not been in the green yet, then it's just going.
It's got to go.
That's why I kind of want to make a rain ride, though. Is I know it's expensive, but they can run in the rain.
You know, I didn't actually notice that until just earlier that we actually only own out to the river, which is like half the map and a huge amount of space. But like, it's actually a bunch over there to buy. That's where the tower and the farm is.
Yeah.
Apparently, we don't even own it.
Okay, I am now watching the park vigilantly and waiting for that thing to end, because I'm just going to be my own security guard for a bit.
Alright, I'm going to increase the price of this, because people apparently really like this stupid thing.
But yeah, there was an entire section we had, so...
Yay, we completed a goal.
This one book that's on my screen for the blueprints clues, it's called A New Clue. And it's by like a prominent character in the game.
Uh-huh.
So the thought process was, oh, it must be important. And I went through it and I solved an entire puzzle. But every time I solved the puzzle, it kept giving me like a weirdly wrong answer. But it turns out that one book has 3 separate puzzles to solve. But it doesn't tell you what any of the puzzles are. It just gives you the clues to all 3 of the puzzles. And then says good luck. And so there was so much cross-contamination happening that I just had no idea what was going on.
Yeah.
And it's like, that happens a lot in Blueprints. And that's
I can imagine
that
so.
I don't like. But if you haven't played it yet, by the way, you need to play Entry Center.
I have not played Entropy Center. It's been on my radar because it's very Portal-like, if I remember correctly.
you need to bump that thing up. That is one of the few games that I would call a perfect spiritual successor.
Let me see. Is that one that I... No. Shockingly, that's a game that I actually don't own.
Yeah, you need to find a time where that goes on sale and grab it, because...
Despite the fact that it seems like I own, like, every game. but that one I don't.
So you are correct to think that it is a Portal-like. Because it will give you Portal vibes from beginning to end. There is no, like, it is a game that people who loved Portal made with its unique twist that felt like a genuine, like, love letter to Portal, and it just turned out perfect in every sense of the word. Great story, great art direction, great puzzles, great set design. They have a built-in level editor to prove that their mechanics are, like, great and fluid. It is great in every... That is one of the few puzzle games I've ever put at a 10 out of 10. And it's because it doesn't try to be any other game. It just tries to be itself, but it takes inspiration from Portal, and it's clear.
Right.
Because they took the things that were right with Portal and learned how to make them unique.
Yeah, that's the thing that always... I feel like trips people up, is that at some point they see things that they like, but then they fail to actually understand why it was good. They're like, I like this thing, it's good, and then they try to make one that's, like, similar, but, like, they just didn't pick up on the thing that was actually good about it, like that sort of fundamental. But anyway, yeah.
But no, it's with Entropy Center, it is very, very good.
Well, I'll have to keep that in mind for whenever I get around to playing another puzzle game. Ever seen Lego Dimensions?
Oh my god, I wish that game still existed.
I certainly never played it. Dimensions.
It is a Lego game where the whole premise was that, like, it was kind of like Skylanders.
Oh.
Like a Lego Skylanders?
Lego-themed action-adventure platform crossover video game developed by Traveler's Tales and published by Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. PS4, 3, Xbox One, Xbox 360, and Wii U. Huh. Follows the Toys to Life format, in that the player has Lego figures and a toy pad that can be played within the game itself, where it features characters and environments from over 30 different franchises. Starter pack containing the game, the USB toy pad, and 3 minifigures. That would explain why I did not play it or see it, really, because that was, as you mentioned, it's kind of the Skylanders era where I did not spend the money on any video game toy crossover.
I wish it could change how fast some of these thrill rides like moved at.
Did you take out another loan?
No.
Oh, good. Then we've made money.
How
great!
At a cost, yeah.
What, did you sell something? Oh, you sold the...
I sold my baby.
Yep. The roller coasters are hard to make, man. They are a struggle.
I am determined to still make a wooden coaster.
Oh, we just talk about it a little bit. I never played it or really saw it simply because that was kind of the era of, like, several different games trying to jump in on the, like, toys and games combination thing. And I didn't get into
I still have some nice stuff.
Any of them. Skylanders, that. There was a sort of Star Fox-like one that didn't necessarily need the toys, but you could get the toys. I don't remember the name of that.
I can tell you exactly what that one is because I still play that one on...
I never ended up playing it. I always thought it looked pretty cool, even without the toys or whatever.
So, the one that I am... Oh, what is this? Oh, Frog, wait.
Well, there's a portal level in the Lego Dimensions.
Yes,
the thing is like,
there is. Have you? Wait, hang on. Sorry. While I do this, because I gotta say hello to the Raiders. Solo Raider Pro.
Hi, Raiders. Kind of mixed my hi and Raiders in together into the same word there. Hello, Raiders. Welcome.
All right, there you go.
To not my stream, but regardless, I'm welcome you also anyway.
Ended at a perfect scene for today. What was said scene? Actually, don't say. Hang on. No, wait. This is Claire we're talking about. Don't say. So the game you were thinking about, by the way, that was kind of like Star Fox.
Yeah.
That is Starlink Battle for Atlas.
Yes.
I know for a fact because I have it on my Switch and I still play it very often.
What are you doing over here? Get out of here.
You got trapped underground when I
Get out of there. You don't live here.
Oh, hang on. We hit Act 2, won't say more than that. Gotcha. But yeah, Starlink Battle for Atlas is great. It's kind of like, think of like Assassin's Creed world progression, or like Far Cry world progression, where you have your big map. And you're both able to like take it out and whatnot. But you also have other planets to do it on, and you're only ever in your ship.
I mean, I do like
your
ships.
starship to do so. You would like it. You would definitely.
I probably would like it. Yeah.
Entropy Center needs to take priority for you.
Well, fair.
That game is like flawless.
I think that it is entirely reasonable that genre. Well, genre may not be the right word, but that class of games, that whole like toys games hybrid sort of thing, the Skylanders stuff, I think that it is best that has fallen out of favor and no longer exists, because like it's one of those things that I think there could be a cool way to do it, but because of the nature of the capitalist society and the way that freaking publishers work, like there's no way for a game like that not to be shitty. Like, not that it's bad to play, but like you're gonna be forced to, like, you're gonna be emotionally manipulated into buying the toys to get like the best stuff or to unlock things that you want to play, or like there's just no way for that not to be awful.
So the thing I will say is that specifically for Battle for Atlas, it's nice because you don't actually have to.
Correct. That one I remember getting far more of a pass on my part just because of the fact that like it was not a requirement, which thank you.
And that still holds true all the way through. I can promise you game is entirely playable.
And I think that's explained also partially because of the fact that I think that was one of the latest ones to that trend. So they foresaw kind of like the writing on the wall of like, hey, we'll make it the option, but like we can't make it a requirement, and we don't want to be like the last one that's like, well, it's kind of like back in the day when there were even like a little bit of sort of scruples in game publishing, because like, I don't know, maybe they didn't want to be the guys that stops manufacturing the toys in like 3 months and suddenly like all of the games have lost all of their value because they can't play. Kind of like all of the freaking gacha games now that existed for like 3 months and then like, oh, all of your purchases are meaningless because we're shutting the servers down. Man, do you remember when there was that gacha game that was going to come to the West, and it was like, it was announced that it was closing its servers down before that it had even like come out, and then it was like, okay, why are you even bothering? Who is going to buy your gacha stuff when you have already announced that the servers are shutting down? That was wild. I remember that.
I remember that too.
Ever seen the ARG
I don't remember
Lacey
the name.
games? I have not. I guess I should say the ARG.
But yeah, the Starlink Battle for Atlas was good. I've been enjoying it. Still, I kind of touch and go on it, but I enjoy what I play of it.
Sure.
I'm like, regardless, you got into my mind now, and I'm like, I've been meaning to replay Entropy Center, so I probably will at some point. Oh, hey, Frog, you're here. Did you want to get all the names of the new shops to approve or deny? That's good names.
Our poor impoverished asses. We are on the struggle bus.
What is happening though? How are we still in the negative?
I don't know. We are on the struggle bus.
Like still operating costs somewhere?
Like we just don't have.
Building maintenance is costing something. Loan fees is half now, by the way, because I paid.
Yeah, I saw you paid off some more of that.
Here we go. Okay, Frog wants to see the names. So, okay, we'll go through all of these. Oh, I didn't name the info kiosk yet.
Maybe I need to.
The Shady Broker
Okay.
is just. That's not a great name, but it's a.
Okay, people
No,
still,
these aren't pun names. You'll learn very quickly.
people
so we
are
got
still having an
cuisine from the
okay
Far
time with
East.
our park admittance fee.
This is the Chinese food, by the way. Oh, why isn't the bubble tea renamed?
Should we have another rant about AI? Seems like a tradition, and it
Different bubble tea.
it is a little bit of a tradition, but there's
Umbrellas is wet hats.
there has
We
been
have,
no new happenings as of yet for me to hammer on.
We have the
So
ultimate desert.
it gets a pass
for
today.
pretzels. Oh, we have the sheep's indignity for a cotton candy store. That's
You're not
one of my
wrong that it
favorites.
is a bit of a tradition. Hey, Young King, how's it going?
We have I'm Sorry Balloons. That one has a whole backstory to it.
there is a backstory to the I'm Sorry balloons.
We had to apologize for an incident. We have a burger shop called After the Fields.
There was a little bit of an incident.
We have a
Some
Subway
people got
shop
their
called
free
Five Night
balloons.
Fortnite. We have another cuisine from the Far East. We have a Boiled Blood coffee shop.
Oh boy.
We have Eastern Dandies for bubble tea. We have maybe Grog question mark for a soda. We have Somber Souvenirs for the souvenir shop. All of the colors to everything they can buy is black. We have Water Biscuits for the
come on,
cookie.
Damn.
We have Deep Fried Pain for, what are these called
How are
again?
prices on our
Shops?
souvenirs and stuff? Yeah, I was like,
They've been doing pretty good from what I see.
okay. Yeah,
Check my charts as I go,
probably
but yeah,
okay.
they're
Not
they're
the
above
bankruptcy warning again.
They're above operating costs, so funnel cake, that's what this stuff is. Deep fried
them
pain is
are.
funnel cake.
Apparently nobody wants this
Oh, which ones?
popcorn.
Oh, okay, popcorn can be eaten soon, so we'll go over that in a minute. I am working on my thing over here, checking all my numbers and going through the names. We have skewered hogs for corn dogs. We have frozen cannonballs for ice cream. That's one of my favorites. We have explosive wheat question mark for the popcorn.
I did like
Popcorn
that.
is above the green. What do you mean?
I have it at -250. I'm looking at its actual
What?
sales.
For new explosive wheat, right?
Yes, because I see it as...
Oh, negative $2.50.
It's certainly not a high performer, if you will. I'm just trying to get real nitpicky on why we can't seem to make any money. I don't know what it is.
So yeah, we have explosive wheat ? And then we have my favorite frog. Best saved for last is a juice stall named Her Lady's Chambers.
Generally speaking, we're making money on shops overall. Generally, we've been making money on rides.
I think you're the one who's gotten that one the fastest.
Hey, no worries, Koala. Thanks for hanging out. It's always fun to chat.
I am gonna raise the price, I think, of popcorn.
I'm really sorry to hear that, young king. You need old man advice? Man,
God daily.
it can be tough out there. I can't say that I have an easy solution. The hard solution, yeah. Obviously, the hard solution is just, you know, focus and do it or whatever. But I recognize that advice is not helpful most of the time.
We got the go-karts called Race to the Maiden.
And unfortunately, ADHD is something that I have not had to deal with. I have a friend who certainly
but its profits are
suffers
like
from ADHD
$150 in profits.
and has challenges in, you know, getting stuff done and
on
being motivated.
On a worse day, it's 130.
And well, you know, he's my age, and it's still not resolved or
just,
you know, with a perfect strategy. So it's not like
that $9,000 loan kind of screwed us up.
You know, I don't think there's a magic trick, I'm afraid. I mean, I guess I don't know if it is helpful or infantilizing or where it falls on the spectrum, but like, my friend is a successful senior software developer, so like, despite ADHD, like, you can do stuff. I unfortunately have no personal experience on that front to be helpful. I'm sorry to say. I can at least recognize that I don't have useful things to say. Which I feel like is an improvement over previous generations. Which would just tell you to suck it up. And
Still in the
I recognize that suck it up isn't helpful. Hey, no worries. You're always welcome to hang out here. As unhelpful as I may be at sometimes. I simply wish that I could be more helpful. I don't always have advice to give, unfortunately. I don't know why we're still poor. Oh, we're almost to positive numbers. Hold on, the number's nearly positive. It's almost there.
I know why we're so poor.
Why are we so poor?
You're not gonna like it, but I have to do a thing. I guess I can work on this first.
We're positive.
Okay.
What's our... Oh, we're negative again. What's the problem going on?
It's our cost of functioning, man.
Our cost of...
cost of employees is like $690 a month right now.
Well, yeah. I guess we're just gonna have... Yeah. Honestly, the big problem I think we have is we really need a big ticket roller coaster, and we just don't.
It's not even that.
Damn.
You know, unfortunately, I think the harshest news is that it might be over.
Why do you think that?
I'm not sure if we can easily come back from this with that $9,000 loan taken out and no easy ability to pay like any of it off every month.
Well, if we sidestep the requirement to like decorate and make ourselves, honestly throwing down like a sizable roller coaster that's like we know is actually decent might save things.
If you sidestep labor laws, anything is possible.
It's true. It's me, but my channel turns 5 years old this September and hasn't been feeling the same since a year ago. It's entirely possible.
You're not wrong, but
yeah, I mean,
I'm convinced
here,
that what went wrong was something
here is some advice from
I was kind of concerned about from the beginning.
Being older is that
and
the
I
stuff you like will shift over time, and it's
food court over here that it was
okay.
going to go wrong, because usually the food court is my specialty. It's what I do well.
Uh-huh.
But I think what ended up happening is we didn't do enough zoning with our employees, and we just paid too many employees too much money to try to manage the park. Because zones in this game seem to be really important to like managing who goes where and does what.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think it was just we don't have a significant enough draw. Like, we don't have a Halo ride to get people here to spend monies at the places.
Safety guidelines are, quote, "it's in good hands." Nice. Okay, how do
Well, I mean, you could always try to do some like IRL vlog stuff, or
you could make them for some easy
you could see if there was some kind of like
God's hands, not good
small
hands,
scale like documentary style stuff that you wanted to try to do in your area.
Okay. We're gonna do that.
There's all kinds of stuff.
Then we're gonna upset Poe.
Nothing wrong with like
so
trying stuff out.
Right? That's how that works.
Oh, I can hear you. I'm just meandering off track with my chat, so I was, avoiding burdening everybody with my ramblings.
I have a ride that I know is popular and was popular and can be popular again, but I have to take out a loan to set it up.
Right. What is it?
But if we take out another $8,000 loan, we could each make an observation tower and bumper cars, and I could absolutely make a tower.
Oh, we do have observation and bumper cars now.
Yep. I paused research for the time being, by the way.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
It'll save us money.
Yeah, I mean, the bumper cars at the very least are inexpensive. I didn't see that we had gotten those new, which is good. People usually like the bumper cars to some extent.
That's why I'm questioning whether or not we can afford to take out, like, the $11,000 loan, make what we need, pay back what we don't.
Well, if we are in, like, save our ass mode, like, I'm looking at some of these wooden coasters that we could afford for, under 10 grand if we were to take out one of the 11,000 loans.
I don't know that I want to give up on that rule, though.
Well, I suppose that's fair.
I liked that rule. That was my favorite one. Custom rides is like half the thing.
That is true. Yeah, Young King. So the continuing on with what you're doing or trying new things, I think are both equally sort of valid actions to take.
It's
what
only
you want to
one
avoid
person that says the park
is feeling like you get stuck. Like you don't want
doesn't have enough
to fall into the
rides.
sunk cost fallacy of saying, well, I've spent so
I
much
feel like the
time on
high-intensity
this
rides aren't the
that I
issue.
can't do something else, because that's a trap. Like, I think it's entirely reasonable to evaluate how much
For
like
entrance fee, doesn't need to go
motivation
back
you
to
have for
20
something, or how much
there's not many
enjoyment
people
you
who
get
pay
out
for
of
the entrance
something,
fee. You
and
can
to say, no, I still want to do this. And it's also reasonable
just
to
watch,
look
like,
at that
5 of
and
those
say,
people pop up.
no, I think I want to try something
Take care of
different.
them for now.
And it's important to
I'll
never
put
let
turbo
yourself
engines on
feel
them,
like
destruction derby
you've
for
wasted your time,
You
because the simple act
Why would you
of
choose now of all times to
progressing,
try
learning,
that? Stupid.
practicing something like video editing, camera work, like those skills, while initially perhaps seeming like they are
Okay.
insular and sort of isolated,
Hire you for advertising.
those things
I'll consider
will
it, but we're kind
sort
in the
of
red.
give you insights into lots of other things that you may not realize at the time.
I
Because
just don't think this is working.
interacting with lots of sort of like disciplines or activities is simply
think no matter
ways
what
to
I
sort of
do-
expand your mind, even in all kinds of unrelated
be
things.
destined to fail.
Because you never know when stuff like that might come up or be useful, because you
How do
might
our
find
finances
yourself
look like?
enjoying something. I know you mentioned
Technically
cooking
up
up there,
7.
right? Like maybe you want to take
Yeah,
up
we're
cooking and you
this-
enjoy
why were we
cooking.
down 100 more?
And then down the line, you're like, maybe I want to make some online cooking content. Well, I've already practiced camera work. I've already practiced editing. So it's like, well, you could just also do that. Or, you know, maybe you never do want to record it. But like maybe you want to, you know, there's having more
I see that
options
wages
is
did go
never a
down.
bad
That's just for this
thing.
So we're gonna fix wages as well. We're gonna stop paying them.
And it's like even 5 years of work in editing.
we need
5
3
years is a
people
lot of time working on
per zone.
something. But
Per
like
thing. That's it.
in the
So
entire
change
sort
one
of
you
constellation of your life,
to be the entrance zone.
you'll realize that there will be lots of things that you do or
one
interact
of
with
you-
for 5 years, and then later on in your life, after you haven't done it for a long time, you'll think back on it fondly,
Fire
but you're
you
like,
too.
yeah, that was a part of my life. And it's like, but that's not the thing I do
I'm
anymore,
sorry
right? So it's like,
to that one, but I have to.
like it's there's lots of things that I kind of look back on fondly. Oh, you meant cooking is the meme kind? Well, you know, I stand by my sentiment that you can find lots of things that you want to do, and cooking is a decent example, regardless of whether that was what you meant or not. I saw it in passing, and misconnected it. Regardless, perhaps you should
did not
consider
talk
taking
to
up
you.
cooking. From cooking to cooking. But anyway. That's always kind of my... I feel like it's one of my consistent pieces of advice I give people. I bring it up often, is that, like...
Well, the crew of
I
dirty
feel like people should
laggards.
just try to be a little less, like, panicky or anxious about change in their life. Obviously, in the moment, change can be scary. Always. But as you get older, you look back through all of the changes that took place in your life, and it sort of like mutes down how disruptive each of those swells and disruptions were throughout your life, and you're like, you know, maybe I didn't need to be as, like, stressed out about it at the time, and I could have, like, been a little more
we can afford
clear-headed
that
and
one last one.
and
But
just
that should help
done
our
exactly the
financials a
same
lot.
thing,
We're gonna see what this looks
but
like, you know,
felt
kind of
less
like-
terrible while doing it, right? Like, that's the thing.
Frog.
You want to be able to
is
create
yes.
great stuff. Well, yes. I mean, that is something that we all really want to be able to do, is to, like, do great things that we can be proud of. Sometimes you end up having to go through periods of time where you make stuff that you are not as proud of.
Or wasn't going, rather, in this case.
Because, well, practicing, like, mistakes breed improvements. And again, it's okay to just, like...
Yeah, no, it has been the case since I
shift what you try to make, because it's like,
sure.
it's more of what you're focused on. Like, that's okay. You can enjoy something for a while, shift to something else, and, like... Hey,
oh,
that's fine.
My God, did I fix half of our problems? Did I do it?
Well, and I definitely will agree that, like, it can really be frustrating to work on something that you yourself are proud of and you think is made effectively and good, and something like that fails to get any attention. Because I have certainly been there in that.
Almost in the positive for the month, come on.
All of my story time readings, all of my Eldritch story times that I've done on YouTube, I am quite proud of them. I think they're quite good readings. Yeah, unfortunately, YouTube sort of fails to put them anywhere, and that is very frustrating, to not get anything accomplished out of the stuff that I had put together. But it is what it is. We simply must keep trying to sally forth.
When the end of June is.
Perhaps it will get an audience at some point, perhaps not, but I'm still proud of it. Anyway, I should stop ignoring Seaweaver.
Gotcha.
All right, what was your great success in potentially improving things? Sorry, I've been distracted.
I'm fairly sure I cut like $200 off of our monthly budget.
What did you do? Close some shops down or something?
No, I fired a lot of people though.
Well, hopefully the park doesn't fall apart.
No, it actually kept the park just as clean, if you look. It's called Those Zones Were Indeed Important.
Well, fair.
We now have 3 zones. We have the Eastern Ambush or Eastern Front, something like that. And then we have the entrance and the food court are the 3 park zones, quote unquote. And then we have 3 employees dedicated to each one, apart from haulers, who are only dedicated. We only have 2 of, and 1 is dedicated to each, the food court and the entrance, because we have shops at the entrance, obviously.
Right.
But it looks like those wages are still pretty damn high for something.
Well, I mean, the personnel costs add up. So we got 54 for janitors, 32 for the haulers, 90 for mechanics.
It was
200 for security.
That I cut off at first. Now it looks like it's cut off less than $100.
Or 1 entertainer.
By firing like 7 people. I don't get it.
Good luck, young king. Don't worry about
positive regardless.
I mean, part of this whole thing is me getting distracted. People come here for me getting distracted.
One of the things I have to do is just go through all my shops and check.
Thanks for stopping by. Good luck. Well, not so much good luck on your shower. Hopefully you can handle that. But good luck on your homework. And, generally finding something that you're passionate about. Because that's, kind of a lifelong endeavor. You'll get there eventually.
Well, it says total profit versus total revenue? What's the difference?
Have a good night. See you around next time. Okay, we still have
This fruit juice from her lady's chambers is really worth the money.
I bet it is.
That's a great message.
A bargain at twice the price.
God. I love that one.
All right, how you guys feel? You guys want me to change the movie again for you? How would you guys like Claws, huh?
Okay, how is our loan looking? What we need to do is definitely pay back like 500 of this now minimum.
Can we pay sub 1,000 increments?
Yeah, I just did.
Oh, yeah. All right.
It's what it ends up doing is it does lower our monthly fee. Yeah, I'm gonna pay another 200 real quick just to we're at 156 now. So.
Yeah, I mean that was we had a couple reasonably profitable months there.
Okay, we're gonna do that. That brings our monthly fee for loans down to 150. That's manageable on the risky.
Yay, and we didn't dip as far negative once the, I don't know, rent payments went out or whatever at the beginning of the month.
No, because I told you I've been trying to manage our budget properly.
Yep.
That's all I've been doing while you were muted is going through the spreadsheet, figuring out what to eat, what to raise.
Oh, good.
Lowering like actual maintenance costs.
Oh, hey. TV segment about the magical forest flight. I love that for us.
Speaking of, how much does this cost social media to do? If I have like an attraction.
Quick, pay the streamers. Somebody get a IRL streamer out here. Hey, syntax error.
No,
What's the game?
No. Screw IRL streamers for
This is Parkitect.
Social media.
Essentially a modern version of Roller Coaster Tycoon, which we are struggling to stay positive monies at the moment.
I'm saying, Phil, give me like a $500 budget.
Uh-huh.
And a single day at the park with Michael Reeves, and we'll make billions.
We'll make it work.
Bro, Michael Reeves doesn't make anything work at an amusement park.
I'll be honest, I don't actually know who that is.
You don't know who Michael Reeves is?
Nope.
I see. He's the dude who made the Trigger Me Elmo.
The what?
It's probably his most popular video ever is the Trigger Me Elmo video where he made a Elmo doll.
Oh, that's fair.
There's like he took a Tickle Me Elmo doll and he did this whole bit where it's like the opening of the video quite literally just sums it up best where he's like, facial detection, I prefer racial detection. And he just makes an Elmo that looks at you and gives you racist comments based on your appearance.
Super. Yeah, I don't think I have really seen
That was
him.
it. That was all he did. Oh, really? Damn, he's...
I feel like I kind of seeing a picture of him, I kind of like, I feel like I've seen him around in the streamer space, I suppose, you know, but...
He definitely had to have been at some point, because, like, he is a part of the streamer house with, like, Lily Pichu.
Yeah.
Offline TV. Yeah, he's with them. He just doesn't make as much content anymore, but...
Sure.
Watching him, like, actually go to events and, like, just do his own thing is still fun. What just happened?
Ah.
How did we go back into the negative for the budget?
I don't know. My movie theater isn't doing very well anymore. It's getting old. How is our night going? Well, I mean, aside from struggling to keep our park in the black, it's been a good time. I'm thrilled that tomorrow is Friday. I want to be not working for a couple days. That sounds delightful to me.
You know what I just thought about with you pointing out that this is modern roller coaster tycoon?
Uh-huh.
You saying that is the exact same thing I would say of Entropy Center.
Oh, it's like the modern Portal.
Modern day Portal, yeah.
That's fair.
It's good. It's really good. It's fun.
Missed the FF9 stream yesterday. How'd it go? I mean...
you had an FF9 stream yesterday? I definitely missed it because we were playing Blueprints.
Yeah. Me and Kappa are playing through Final Fantasy IX at the moment, which is a good time. It's interesting. Honestly, we've spent a lot of time talking about how we kind of can see how maybe we didn't get we didn't find Final Fantasy IX as memorable back in the day when it first came out. We didn't latch on to it like we did Final Fantasy VIII. We really liked Final Fantasy VIII, and Final Fantasy IX just didn't grab us the same way. And, we've been talking about some of the reasons that it seems likely that was the case, because there's a lot that Final Fantasy IX has done well and done right so far. We're not that far into it. We're, handful hours. But, the characters kind of suck at the beginning of the game. Nobody.
Oh, right. No, I did tune into something because I heard you talking with nonsense. Cool.
Especially Zidane, who is kind of a creeper. I feel like that one is a very character out of his time, because it's it came out in 2000 and they had a very particular way they made a roguish character at the time, and now it just reads as kind of a creep. He's he just really attached to talking about pretty girls. He freaking grabs the princess's ass at one point. It's just that's kind of not awesome for the main character. I don't really like you. If I came across you in real life, I would not hang out with you. I would stay away from you because I'd be God, this guy is such a friggin' weirdo. I am out. And so it's I'm sure that they will improve, but Steiner's a bumbling idiot and just the stereotypical paladin, kind of insufferable in his way. Zidane is Captain Creepo, and I'm what the hell is going on here? Dagger is fine, but sort of inconsistent in what she does and doesn't know. They didn't quite land the mark of sheltered princess with her, because she had to ask what a certain she had to ask what the word scumbag means, but yet she talks about how she read a lot, and it's do you even speak English? What are you talking about? You don't know what the word scumbag means. And then there's Vivi.
Point out this is Final Fantasy IX. No one spoke English when they were making that game.
Yes. But obviously there was a word that they had in Japanese that was all I couldn't quite figure out how that would work better in Japanese. But you are correct. But still, and then there's Vivi. Vivi is an angel.
There's a chance that it just translates completely differently too.
It could. But Vivi is a perfect angel that deserves a better supporting cast at this point in the game. He deserves better. Vivi is great and interesting and mysterious at this point in the game. Zidane is just a freaking creeper. Steiner's just the stereotypical paladin that just won't listen to anything. And Dagger is fine. It's just the Moogles are good. I can get behind the Moogles. I can get behind the way they started the storytelling in 9, because it had way more impact than the start of 8, which was admittedly quite slow, because you open up in 9 and you're in a heist situation. You're we're a theater troupe rolling up on a castle and we're gonna kidnap the princess. That's high stakes immediately and way better storytelling. The problem is that you kind of hate the guy Zidane who is involved in the heist, and so it's we have stumbled. But that is not going to stop us from playing through, and we shall continue. But, like, I don't know. I'm starting to question all of the people that found Final Fantasy IX to be their favorite. I'm like, what? I need to talk to somebody to see what they saw in it.
Has Poe started the hell that is the item stealing in that game? Oh. There's a question for you, Poe. Have you started the hell that is item stealing in Final Fantasy?
Funny you should ask. You see, I am running it on PC, and I have downloaded sort of the main quality of life PC mod, a piece of which is that stealing is 100% successful. So yes.
Oh.
But I have sidestepped it.
I see.
I have sidestepped the horse shit that could, because, and I specifically said this, I was like, I see this as an option. If I do not select this, I will simply never steal in this game, because it does not take me long to be like, well, I could continue this fight and be useful, or have like a 20% chance to steal the thing I want. And like, I will simply never steal if it's just a shitty chance to steal.
Their response was, "Oh, thank God you're smart." So,
yes, I knew it, because I was like, I ain't going through that. I'm just gonna never steal if that's the case, and then you just miss out on a bunch of stuff because you didn't steal.
I'm stealing it, that I am thoroughly enjoying. I only got here because the Final Fantasy track as well is I've been reading Octopath Traveler.
Oh, did you say Octopath Traveler?
Yeah, great game.
I never played Octopath Traveler, and I wasn't sure if I would really be able to get into it, so I never jumped on it. Simply because I wasn't like all aboard for the premise of having like the 8 paths of characters, because I really enjoy and sort of like prioritize stuff that sort of focuses on a smaller cast of characters that you can like more directly relate to and not have to like, okay, now we're going over here, now we're going over there, or like a tactics game I'm not as into, because it's like, well, I have a team of like 16, and it's like, I don't care about these 16 people, they're interchangeable. And so like I much prefer like a tighter cast of characters that you're a little more directly connected to. So I wasn't sure how I'd feel about the 8, and so I haven't played Octopath Traveler because it's a little more spread.
I will say what you could do in Octopath Traveler is, so each of the stories are written pretty damn well. I really do like them.
Sure. I've heard good things about it. Like I that is in no way a dig at the game. I just recognizing my like values in games. But go ahead.
What I would suggest is there is a way to get around that in Octopath specifically. Of you only ever, your team has to be a team of 4. So if you try to go higher, you have to take people off, and you can't have a group of 8 unless you get it for PC and mod it.
Right.
What I like to do, and I think works really well, is you play through it 4 characters at a time. You have your group of 4, and you explore their stories as you go. And then once you're done, you take a single month off, and then you return to it, but you start fresh on the other 4, and you go through their stories, and then you do the it's quote post-game content.
Gotcha. Oh my god.
Of like, there is like a secret boss that you can do that relates to everything. And I think that way of doing it is what you would think is the right way to do it, to manage it properly. I don't think that's the case. I think what you do, because I do also run into that same problem. Like, I have severe ADHD, so trying to go on like 4 different stories, 4 different quests, it does get to be a lot.
Yeah.
So what I do is I focus on one character at a time, but I have my team of 4 that never changes, and I just don't do their story if I'm not ready for it yet. And I focus on one person's story in particular. We go on their adventure with the 4 people. And then every time, just to make sure all the characters are leveled properly, what I'll do is every chapter of the person's story that I'm focusing on, I will swap out my one quote-unquote useless character for a new character that I will explore later. I am just grabbing them now so that they're leveled up in the end. And then I just kind of explore in my own time, and I'm like, oh, I got this story done, cool. It took me like 20 hours to finish this character's story, nice. I'll come back and I'll revisit the next character in like a couple days. And I think that way is definitely much more manageable because it feels like I am exploring the world more than I am the characters themselves.
That's fair.
And it's been good that way. But I can definitely see your complaint, and I can see why you wouldn't like it. Like,
yeah, well, and so that's one of the things
might not get enjoyment out of it too.
Well, and so that's one of the big things that I guess I could touch on. Hold on, let me. Syntax mentioned that the original 3 Stalker games are getting a full remaster. I have not played the Stalker games, but I think I've heard good things about them. So I don't know. Maybe I will tackle that. But connecting sort of one of the things that you touched on, and generally, right, like the Octopath Traveler just having like a little bit of a reason for me not to play it, and just like the simple fact that there are so many other games then that like don't have like a reason to avoid it. Essentially, it's like some of these games, well, it comes back to something somebody like, games have to be kind of like great anymore. Like mediocre is kind of not good enough anymore because there are just too many damn options to like, from a personal perspective, right? It's like, well, why play Octopath Traveler when I could instead play like Claire Obscure? It's like I just replace the same sort of
for a second, by the way?
genre with something else.
Can you pause time for a second again?
Oh, yeah. Paused.
Okay, we're gonna do something stupid, but it's gonna work.
I was actually really sad. I tried to sell my cinema to replace it with bumper cars, and I didn't even sell it for enough to be able to buy bumper cars, and I was sad. So can I have some of this money to put down bumper cars?
Give me 1 second before that, and then yes, we're doing something a little smart first. So,
but if I may, while you're doing something smart, it's so this whole like just a little bit of resistance is sort of enough of a reason to like skip over a game, right? Is actually also very relevant to streaming, simply because like there are so many things that any individual could be watching at any given point in time, be it streamers, YouTube, movies, like whatever they want to be doing, that like...
Okay, you can resume time, by the way, and then the next $1,000 you can put down your bumper cars.
If we make it to another $1,000.
We will.
Ever again.
No, I did a smart...
I'm gonna pause it and build bumper cars.
Do it.
Hold on.
There you go.
Whatcha? Because it's one of those things that I think about occasionally, because there's one anecdote that comes directly to mind, which amusingly enough is also related to talking about difficulty in games and whether games like Elden Ring or Dark Souls should have easy modes, because that was the discussion. But there was somebody who was coming by, not like a super regular, but had been a regular for a handful of streams, and there was like there was friendly debate and or discussion around like views on difficulty in games and like whether there should be easy modes, whether that constitutes accessibility, like generally normal conversation, or what I would perceive as normal conversation. And I like...
The English there was kind of funny because you said friendly or normal discussion, implying that the normal discussion was somehow not friendly, but that it was a possibility that you mistook friendliness for hostility.
Well, no. But, like, it was non-hostile. It was just a discussion around, like, that as a concept and topic. And it's just, like, afterwards I was like, I bet that they are not going to come back again. And I was correct. They have, in fact, never been back. And it's like, the thing is as a streamer, you don't actually have to give somebody a bad experience for them not to come back. You just have to give them enough, like, friction for them to, like, to just dip a little bit below the threshold of watching something else. Like, that's all that it's can be like a razor thin sort of margin to keep somebody motivated enough to freaking click on, like, your stuff and come to visit, like, a live stream. It's like, it's a whole thing. And I don't hold that against them or anybody. It's just one of those things that it's like, it's the same with games. Like, just a little bit of friction can be enough to be like, I could just play something else that's easier to get into. It's like, it's all it takes.
You can't believe that science just worked.
What did you do with the money anyway?
Oh, okay. So I did something stupid. I took out a different loan, but with that loan paid off our other loan so that our loan interest rate wouldn't be as high.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
So now we're actually going to pay off another, I guess $400 of that loan quickly. Because now we owe more, but we have a less monthly pay.
Well, that's not too bad.
Meaning I can pay it off more frequently.
Yeah.
I'm leaving you in charge of the rides while I take over financing, like, employees and stuff.
Yeah,
like
that's
that
fine.
For the moment.
Yeah, Syntax has commented about how, like, a lot of fake personalities cruising around, which I agree with.
So,
YouTube is full of pretty fake personalities.
Your argument, your, not argument, but, like, your, I guess, statement there.
Assertion.
Yeah. I've definitely felt throughout, like, the streaming phase, but I kind of boil
the vibe
it down
I aim for, Syntax.
To the same 5 words every single time, because it's always the same 5. Well, these 5 words are always the problem. It just depends on who the problem is with.
Uh-huh.
But the 5 words, they're always the issue, is you can't always be right. Doesn't matter who thinks they're right and who doesn't think they're right. Everyone's core issue with someone always boils down to that.
I mean, that's true.
Online, anyway. In, like, a streaming perspective, I should say. Of, like, sometimes the viewer doesn't like the streamer's, like, personality because they just don't like the same hot take, or they don't like the personality because they don't find it entertaining, or they don't like it because the streamer called them out, or, like, there's 100 different reasons.
Yep.
But it's like, there's, like, a billion different reasons, but it still does always boil down to someone thinking they're right when they're not, but that's not a bad thing.
Well, yeah, but I almost think that like level of consideration is almost like assigning more, like, harshness or blame even than like is necessary in at least this narrower perspective of what I'm talking about. Like, it's just like nobody has to even be wrong or right in a discussion, like talking to a chatter, right? Like, they just have to be insufficiently motivated to come back because something else is easier or, like, less friction to click on, because they're like, they did say that one thing last time, and, like, it doesn't matter who is right or wrong or how, like, anybody, it's just the reality of as far as attracting and maintaining someone's like return to like stream, it's insanely easy for someone to pick something else. Like it's just it's so easy to pick anything else. And like, and I am saying this in an entirely like morally neutral way. Nobody is in the wrong for doing any choice in this scenario. I'm just like making an observation on the challenges of streaming and like maintaining an audience. It's one of the challenges because you just have to like, you have to be either entertaining enough or the right vibe or whatever for someone to be like, oh yeah, I want to go back and do that again. And that's like very difficult when you realize that it's you're competing against so much ease of access to content. And it's just like it's a whole thing.
There was indeed something that happened to me. Oh, you might want to pause again. Another lower monthly fee thing just happened, so I'm going to try it again. Where we pay it $7,200, and then with the remainder we pay back that loan.
What, do we have another lower interest rate that we could work with or something?
Yeah, it's even lower.
Hooray.
And doing this is like, it does feel like it's kind of useless, but it's like we are lowering our monthly fees.
Lowering costs a little bit.
It's lowering costs by like $10 to $100 a month in most cases.
Yeah, Syntax comments that like the average interaction is like 30 seconds, which actually might be a little high as far as the starting how long someone will give like content to be like snappy enough to maintain attention. It's like, and as well as the comment that like most people will switch content the second an ad pops up, which is true, which is one of the reasons I appreciate streaming on YouTube, because right now my YouTube channel doesn't have ads, and I'm going to hopefully be able to maintain that stance going into the future.
You can unpause, by the way.
Yeah. But I'll have to see.
I had a similar interaction not too long ago, where I was asking for like, I think I was just asking on Reddit for criticism on a thumbnail I made.
Uh-huh.
And I have the very common thumbnail trope of I put myself there, standing on the left side, and then I have the rest of the game going on, and then I have the title somewhere on the thumbnail. Yep. I like this because I'm a very low energy streamer most of the time.
You know, you don't want the Mr. Beast face on every friggin' thumbnail. I freaking hate that shit.
No, and I got like this stupid comment of like, some of the criticism that this person gave was like fair, where it was like, I find the text a little hard to read, you could do this to improve that, etc., etc.
That's reasonable.
Oh, and your thumbnail has zero action of any kind going on. It just looks like a dude standing there, as if I want to talk to him and have a chat. And no one likes that stuff. You need action to sell a video. And I'm just like, okay, now you've lost me. That to me was just like, okay, I don't think I'm going to get any more useful criticism beyond what I already have from this person. Because it's just like, I don't think I'm the right kind of vibe for that.
Yeah, it's like that's...
The whole thing with my thumbnail is like, I like these streams where I sit, casually talk with a friend, casually talk with the chat. I like that. That's my style.
Well, yeah, and...
I don't like those super high octane, like, streams of like, oh, I'm gonna beat Dark Souls, but I'm only gonna use a potato that's tied to my heart rate, so I have to spike my heart rate in order to power the potato to dodge. And I can't use any weapons or equipment. And I'm like, I don't like that shit. It's not as fun for me. I tried it. It just wasn't for me.
Well, and
like,
actually, that's kind of interesting. Syntax mentions that, like, the showing the like keyboard and mouse camera, a lot of people like, and it all essentially boils down to the jingling keys, honestly. Like I know that's a really like kind of rude way to say it, but like,
no, you're not wrong.
But that's the same as like the high energy stuff you're talking about. Like it all kind of boils down to something to maintain attention. And it's like, it is accurate. It is accurate. But it's like, it comes back to what you were saying, Seaweaver, in that like, I think there's a lot of benefit, at least in sort of being introspective about like what you're trying to accomplish, what it is, the vibe that you're doing, and like what kind of thing you're laying out. Because that's a big part of when you're making content, and you as well as, right, you'll go on Twitter or Blue Sky and you'll see all kinds of discussion about like how to get big or what you need to do or this, that, and the other. And it's like, it's important to know what you're trying to make, rather than just trying to make the thing that will get you growth, right? Like that's
The
not.
The best way I could probably put that advice is, from a personal level, I understand that like the high octane thumbnail would sell more.
Yep.
However, I don't want to sell a lie.
Exactly.
But by putting that high octane thumbnail in, that's all you're doing. You're selling a lie. You're selling a personality. That's what it is. You're selling a personality.
Yeah, because there's like three ways that goes, right? It's like either you use a high octane thumbnail and you aren't a high octane like stream, at which point you have a content mismatch, which ultimately is ineffective. What you'll see is potentially a lot higher click through to view the stream, but ultimately no retained viewers, because they'll show up and be like, oh, what? And then they'll leave. The alternative then is that you put the high octane thumbnail and then you fake being a high octane streamer, which can work, but ultimately leads to burnout. You see that so much in streamers and VTubers and stuff, where they just turbo burnout because they are doing all of the right things to grow, but like that's not them. Like that's not what they want to do. That's not how they would like naturally exist in this sort of space. And it wears on you to be like that. Like it's awful. And so like that's the other way that can turn out. Or of course you could use high octane things and just like actually that's your personality, in which case go for it and then that will be effective. But like that's not really our vibe. That's really not either of our vibes, which is why we're here playing Parkitect. Like,
I would like to point out, by the way, our money for last month was technically in the green. If you go to look at the report, it's going to be in the red, because I paid back $1,200 in loans, effectively.
Well, that's
but
good.
Because of that, we were technically in a $1,142 profit last month.
Yeah, but you paid back, what, like a couple grand in the loans over the last couple months? So that's good.
This one loan that we just took out, like the last time I asked you to pause, was an $8,000 loan.
Yeah, I see we've got like 6,000 now, which is...
Off of a $7,200 loan, too, which means that, yeah, I've effectively paid back 1.3 grand.
Great. But yeah,
that's why I'm like, I refuse to be giving you money at the moment, because it's working.
Yeah, well, and I really appreciate Syntax, actually. I don't know if you mentioned it earlier because I have literally said that and you remember me saying it, or if I just have delivered on exactly what I try to accomplish in stream. Because Syntax said that, like, my streams have the vibes of, like, siblings just hanging out playing games. Like, and the vibe that I strive for is kind of that, but honestly, the thing that I model my streams after are the days when I was living in the dorms in college with our typical sort of like open door policy that our doors would just open all the time. People would like walk up and down the hallway, wander in and be like, oh, cool. What are you playing? Like they just immediately sit on the couch and like, cool. Like, what are you doing today? What is this game? I've never seen it. And then just like You'd hang out for a while, they'd bail and go to class after an hour and a half or whatever, and then, like, maybe somebody else would wander in. Like, that is the vibe that I model my stream after. And so, Syntax mentioned it's got the sibling hangout vibe, and I was like, I don't know if I've said that before specifically to you, or if I just have nailed what I aim for, so, nice. But anyway... that vibe only has a certain level of audience, of course. And that's the thing. I will probably never be a huge streamer because well, that's not particularly effective at pulling in the youth, perhaps. Like, because, you know, a Mr. Beast I am not. But I don't really like Mr. Beast, so, you know, it's fine. I don't really want to be Mr. Beast, I'll be honest. He's kind of a creep. He's kind of a weirdo. Not a fan. Seaweaver, did you mute yourself in a weird way? Are you still there? You haven't responded in a while. He's fallen off the planet. I don't know if he's just been sucked into the financing books. He did pay another $200 on that loan. He's extremely focused. Yeah, and you mentioned that how it's like more acceptable to be a bit controversial, and I don't consider myself particularly controversial per se. But I am also, like, there are certain topics that I am comfortable covering that I think a lot of, especially VTubers have a weird attitude towards, like, speaking out about stuff. They want to be, like, way too freaking comfy cozy. And I'll be honest,
sorry to
some of the
cut
most...
you off. I need to quickly say, I apologize. I went to get water and thought no one would notice because you were ranting at the time. And I was like, if I'm fast enough, I can get the water. And then I went to go fill the water, and then like halfway through, I was like, oh, I really need to use the washroom. And then you started getting back up, ramping back up and ran, and I was like, oh wait, hang on, I have to. Because by the time I was
That's funny.
Nah,
it's fine.
Water, you were like,
it's fine. I'll just.
Hear you. Like, oh.
I can just continue filling space. It's no problem. Once I've
I've
got a topic, So that's something that's really funny to me.
I got so close to getting away with it.
There are those who stream who are like professional yappers, right? They can just yap literally for eternity. No second party required at all. I am not that. I'm not that.
No.
However, maybe I'm like the step below, because if I have like anybody to like, I don't know, give me a keyword that like spirals me off into something, like, you know, I can go for a while. I can just keep going as long as somebody is there to be like, you know, what about this thing? And I'm like, well, let me tell you about that thing. It's like, I'm close. I'm not quite there, but I'm close.
But yeah, like, I don't know how you modeled your stream. I'm like, I feel like I modeled my stream perfect. Because I am like a complete stereotypical autistic game developer. And I thought I was going to try to avoid it when I started streaming. And then I started, like, decorating my stream. And I'm like, I haven't avoided it at all.
It's like, well, that didn't happen.
Not even close. We are down to paying under $100 a month in loans.
That's great. At this point, though, we do need to actually start being able to build more things in order to make more money.
We need to drive attraction to the right places, because like one of your rides is finally out of date. Start the Cauldron.
Yeah, that one was never super. It's still profitable though.
it's still profitable, so I can give it that.
Not tremendously but people still wander over there.
Like, how many are there? But you brought up something else that made me be like, oh right, I was going to talk about this earlier.
That is true syntax.
And now is a decent time to do that, but like...
Uh-huh.
The same way you don't like Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
I'm like, I hate pirate software. Just as a streamer, not as a person. I don't know who he is as a person. I can't get behind that. But that... Also, this jumper thing is terrible, by the way, so I'm probably going to eat it.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that one was struggling. I'm kind of indifferent to pirate software. There's some stuff that I like that he says. I think some things are decent advice and whatnot. Some of his, like, shorts that I see on YouTube I like. There was a bit of that controversy about him being, like, kind of unapologetically about, like, WoW recently, which I'm not significantly invested in, but I'm just, like... That did seem like some weird behavior. Like, I don't know why it was so hard to just be, like, normal and be like, yeah, I could have handled that better or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Okay. It's like, that's the thing that actually led me on that discovery of, like, those 5 words being what everyone's core issue boils down to with a streamer. And it's never been more prevalent there of, like, you cannot always be right. But in that case, it's Pirate Man. This dude refuses to admit he's wrong. He has been caught red-handed doing shit he knows.
Interesting.
And I'm going to ban people because, like, hang on, wait. Monthly fee is 1.6%, but it's higher than 1.8. What?
That's because that's the monthly fee for the full 9,000, whereas ours is only the monthly fee for 5,500.
So I'm like, if we pay that off, does it make it better or worse though? I'm trying to go through that math in my head, but I think it makes it worse actually. That doesn't solve the problem, that worsens it, so we're not going to do that. But like, yeah, so like, he went through this whole thing where there was a point in one of the raids he did where someone pulled a mob and it like wiped the whole raid, and he was like, I'm gonna ban whoever did that. Only for someone to be like, you're the one who did that. And he went through, he's like, I didn't do that, and he was like, I'm gonna review the footage. So he reviews the footage, finds out he did it. And then his response is like, no. Someone else pulled that to the point where I could then hit it. I'm not at fault there. I'm right there. Those were his exact words, where I am not at fault there. I am right there. After being proven wrong factually in video evidence form.
Yeah, I don't know enough to necessarily like...
It infuriates me when people do that. I can't stand it.
Yeah,
who, like, that used to be my issue, is that I used to be like, nah, I can never do no wrong. And I definitely, like, lost friendships over it, and I had to go through a whole thing of being like, I need to fix myself, because clearly this is a problem. If everyone is saying that this is a problem...
It might be a problem.
Maybe I'm not right, and that it is a problem.
Yeah.
And so, like, I went down that whole rabbit hole, and yeah, I learned I can't always be right either. Just like when I play, like, Blueprints, where I'm just like... Yeah, I had no clue what I was doing. I clicked something.
Yeah, like, I can't speak necessarily on the pirate software specifically, obviously, because I just don't have enough detail and whatnot. But, like, broadly speaking, that attitude is prevalent. Like, that is so frustrating when people cannot acknowledge that, like... Well, and the big thing is, like, I haven't really historically had that problem as far as I'm aware, so it's kind of baffling to me that it's just, like, I don't understand why it's so hard sometimes to be like, definitely didn't get that one right. My bad. Like, that seems very easy to me and, like, my personality. So it's like, it's always baffling to me where it's just like, just be like an authentic person and be like, yep, that sucks. I did that. That was not good. Like, my bad.
It's definitely rooted in, like, a need for approval.
Yeah, they got those
sorry,
egos.
Why is this man sitting down and sliding?
Well, and I guess some of it, of course, is a...
Hang on.
Syntax, you mentioned, like, the
You
personal value side of it.
Cindy Goodwin here. I don't know if you can see this.
I can't.
They're in the food court. They're in, like, a pink shirt and a black and orange hat, but they're sitting down on my screen? Yeah, they're up near the burger stall. They just bought a balloon.
Burger stall.
Green diamond balloon.
Wait, this guy? Oh, Cindy Goodwin?
Walking
Yeah.
down near the boat. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Are they walking normally for you?
They are.
I see. They're sitting down like they're on a ride for me and just kind of
just
like
sliding around.
Rooming everywhere. Yeah.
That's funny.
But yeah, like I definitely see where that attitude comes from, but like I still think it's infuriating to be on the other end of that, which is why it was such a big controversy, is like if you prove someone wrong, so someone like right after being proven wrong too, one of his chatters said something along the lines of like this dude sounds like he can't take criticism or something like that. Which is like it was a funny snap, to be honest, at the time. But yeah, his response was just like he reads out the message and is like, "This oh, what happened?
I have an error. Cannot change the sibling position of game to object tooltip while activating or deactivating the parent game object line graph. Error message, there's been an error. Please contact.
Sounds like it's fine.
I think it's fine.
Our monthly fee is only $90 now.
You think it's toxic that the competition always turns to cancellation? Yes.
No, it's okay. Yes and no. It's
yes
not
and no
in that case. But like, so the response that he gave that person that was like, sounds like this dude can't take criticism. His response was like, sounds like you want to talk to me about it in the unbanned request. Like, the way he responds to any criticism doesn't help any of his cases. It's like, one of the videos I watched recently put it best when they said, "This man is a man who cannot roll charisma checks." Because every dialogue option is just chosen wrong, Mass Effect style.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, a big part of it to me, I guess, for Pirate Software is it just doesn't strike me as terribly important, right? But like, coming back to sort of like Syntax, what Syntax said was like, people have egos and personal values. And I think that's like, the thing is where my personal values lie don't contradict anything of like what's going on there. So like, I just lean into like, I don't really care enough to like try to like make any meaningful decision on like whether what they're doing is really harmful. Like, I just don't care enough because I don't think they're doing harm. Well, Syntax mentions Asmongold, who I would argue is doing significant harm. So like, that one I will actually say like, he sucks ass. Like, Pirate Software to me doesn't reach the bar that I care enough to be like, he's problematic. He just seems like he does have an ego and like whatever, and he can be abrasive. He's got some good advice at times, so like whatever.
I would counter argue that it's not that it's not a problem, it's that the problem hasn't been found. And it's definitely not as big of a problem as like Asmongold, for example. You're right there. Well, Asmongold is a problem. Like a problem.
Yes. But, well, and that's however, why it's like coming.
Saying like, Pirate Software isn't a problem also isn't true, because It's kind of like saying, I'm just gonna say this with the best example being the one that he is guilty of, which is basically, it's like saying that people who put a game in early access and then never finish the thing aren't a problem. Because that's exactly what he did. He put a game in early access in, like, 2012. And it just... he hasn't done anything with it. And he keeps, like, giving the promise of updates and then never actually updating it.
Well, yeah, but, like, I'm talking about... I'm not necessarily... speaking on the topic of, like, I don't know, Pirate Software broadly, because it doesn't matter enough to me. Like, I'm more talking about specific actions that are problematic, I guess, and, like, what are not reaching the bar for me personally on the standpoint of, like, needing called out for correction. Like, because I don't have any information on, like, the early access games and stuff, and I do think that is something that people shouldn't be doing. But on the subject of, like, streaming, Syntax, you're talking about, like, I think you're commenting about how, like, people's streams are, you know, like, it's our stream or it's their stream and you have the right to ban people as you see fit, which is true, yes. However, what I'm getting at, as well as what sort of Seaweaver is touching on, or I guess I should say what Seaweaver has been getting at, and then what I'm going to now be touching on, is that, like, there's also space to be sort of judging someone's sort of aggregate actions in banning and what they ban and what they don't ban and what they sort of, like... I oddly enough mentioned earlier that I tend to look at morality from a consequentialist standpoint and, like, what are the outcomes of the things that you're doing. I'm more prone to talk on the subject of, like, Asmongold that came up, because Asmongold bans a very particular type of worldview as they make comments and drive towards a very different, more damaging worldview in the things that he promotes and talks about. The consequences of that are bad for people and society. Like, that's my problem with Asmongold. Not that he polices his space and bans people. I ban people now and then. That's a fine thing to do. But I ban people for being weirdos or creeps or causing people in the chat to be uncomfortable. Asmongold could make the same argument that what he is doing is banning people that make people in his chat uncomfortable. But my argument is that the things that are making people in his chat uncomfortable should be making them uncomfortable, because a lot of times the people there are shitty people. Like, that's kind of the difference, right? And, like, obviously there's lots of discussion around, like, well, why is it bad? Who's bad? What's bad? But, like, I'm also on your subject of, like, cancellation. Like, I'm not really here making a big stink or calling for the cancellation of Asmongold. I do think he should be deplatformed, but, like, that's not really my job.
This is gonna suck to say, but I have to say this on, like, core principles, is that I can't ever agree that someone should be deplatformed, as much as I think there should just be, like, if too many people report you for, like, having very bad tastes and worldviews and stuff like that, there should probably at the very least be a giant banner at the start of his stream that warns anyone going into it what they're about to get into.
Deplatforming has been shown to work to reduce the spread of hateful, bad ideologies. Therefore, I am pro-deplatforming when it is appropriate. Obviously, there's an enormous asterisk around that when it is appropriate, and obviously there are plenty of discussions to be had around Well, when is it appropriate? But the fundamentals are that deplatforming is a method to stop hateful ideologies from being spread far and wide, and at the current juncture, it's clear that hateful ideologies have way too much power and have been spread far and wide. So,
that's fair.
Like, what? I'm not going to sit here and say that, like, yeah, this is fine, because clearly this is not fine.
I guess my issue with saying, like, deplatforming someone is the kind of crux of the problem, which is that deplatforming him from one platform isn't really going to do anything.
It does do things. It's been shown to do things. There are many names that used to be very large peddlers of disinformation, falsehoods, hateful ideology that nobody talks about anymore because they were deplatformed.
But there are definitely also cases where deplatforming has done nothing to stop them. It just changed what platform they're using.
Right, but it works to push everyone with the hateful ideology into an unpleasant, like, hate-filled zone that nobody goes to. It does work to minimize the damage.
Yeah. No, I can understand. I can get that.
Like, it
I see your point there.
Yeah, like, in an ideal world, would it be wonderful if we never had to deplatform someone and that we could say that, like, yes, everyone should be, like, free to, like, just talk about whatever they want? Like, yeah.
Than doing nothing. But that's not the argument is doing nothing. The argument is, like, what are the different ways you could actually warn people properly about this sort of thing?
Syntax, like, I didn't say that they're not allowed to say them. They should be deplatformed. That's different. I'm not saying they should be thrown into prison. I'm saying they should be deplatformed from, like, major communication. And a big part of that is because communication online is fundamentally different than what it once was. Because the term the public square, right? What's up?
If you pause, we could do something really good.
Oh, okay. Carry on. I'm gonna yak about this thing.
No, it's okay. We're going to have a bit higher of a not even a bit higher of a payment. We're taking off the same bit. We're just getting a lower interest rate on this one, which is great.
So the thing is that the public square that likes to get Elon Musk specifically really loved to toss around the public square terminology for something like Twitter, right? The thing is that the public square used to be a real place, a real physical place that you had to, like, physically be in to talk about stuff. And the thing about that space is that people could just immediately tell you that you suck ass and you're not welcome in the town anymore. Like, you could get shamed out of having terrible opinions. And that has changed in online communications, where you can police your space yourself by removing people that disagree with you, while still then relying on a system to broadcast and spread. Like, the communication has changed a little bit. So, like, the festering nature of bad ideas and shitty opinions is growing worse than it used to be when communication was sort of like a fully in-person interaction, when somebody who wanted to broadcast in the public square had to go to the public square, literally stand on a soapbox and yell about how the Nazis actually were super cool or whatever. Like, and then everybody would be like, get the hell out of town, we hate your guts. And, like, that was fine. It's just like the social consequences have shifted now that everybody's online.
I think what my issue with like deplatform or the type of deplatforming is more so that I've seen it done wrong, and I'm worried that it would be done wrong. Of like, there's a difference between deplatforming and warning about why they were deplatformed, which I get. Yes, in Asmongold's case, it's fairly obvious.
Yeah.
Get that out of the way. That's not what I'm referring to. I am referring to the problem of if you lock a person up for, say, murder, right? And you're like, yeah, he's put away for murder. But you never teach anyone else ever about murder until they do it. That's where my issue lies.
Do you believe that companies and platforms should be allowed to have a terms of service?
I feel like they should have a proper terms of service, yeah.
Having a terms of service has taught the users of that platform what murder is.
Not necessarily.
You can say
no,
that it's not accurately being used, but like that is my issue in that. Yeah,
that, like,
but
yes,
that
you could say so in the terms of service, but then the issue in a terms of service right now is that they're not for the user; they're for the company at this point. And so it's like saying, "Oh yeah, we put up a flyer on our front door that said in like small print, murder is illegal. That should cover us, right?" And that's what the terms of service is doing. I'm saying that,
but the platform is literally the one that should be deplatforming. Like, that's what I said. I am not in a position to be deplatforming people. I believe that terms of service should be communicated, correct, and then held to. Terms of service talks a lot about hateful rhetoric, you know, harassment, things of that nature, and then in those cases...
I'm not trying to argue against deplatforming at this point. What I'm arguing is that it might not be enough, I guess, in my eyes, of like...
Wait, you're more than deplatforming position now?
Kind of, yeah. Like, yes, I see where you're coming from with deplatforming. I agree with you on that stance.
Yes.
But my issue with deplatforming is that just shove it, like... If you want an actual historical example of when deplatforming goes... I'm going to say in extreme quotes, goes wrong.
I'm going to come back to that sentence, because I don't disagree with you, I think, on that.
It's because I do not think it is wrong at this point. I just think it went wrong for the time being, in that it didn't accomplish what they wanted to, is literally Australia. You take a bunch of criminals, shove them in their own corner, whoops, they're a country now. So if you're not careful, you shove Asmongold in his own little corner, whoops, he's a country now. Now that's normalized in that half of the world. It's not exactly enough to just shove them in the thing. It's, you need to make clear to everyone why it is a problem.
Yes, that is true.
Is that
so
like,
that's fair.
Whoever the hell we want, but like just deplatforming them is like, yeah, essentially we don't like, is not a good excuse for deplatforming. Again, I'm not defending Asmongold's stance. I want nothing to do with him. I agree with you on that stance. I am just saying that deplatforming is also a slippery slope, that in which there needs to be a significant, like, a significant outcry associated with said deplatforming in order for it to be understood. Or
Yeah, but I feel like that
just
almost always happens. But anyway, let me come back to a point that Syntax has touched on, which is that the new Nintendo Switch 2's terms of service and the fact that they're trying to allow themselves to brick your hardware for use outside of its intended use. So this is
they are
fundamentally, I would argue, different than the terms of service I'm talking about, of like an online social platform. I think it's absolute insanity that they are trying to run a piece of hardware like it is a social platform. Like, that's ridiculous, and like a sort of a fundamental flaw of always online game systems in general. Like, that is corporate overreach of what a term of service is intended to do, and is largely more indicative of, like, honestly, that has I would say that has nothing to do with proper terms of service, has nothing to do with freedom of speech, because it's like it's an entirely different style of term of service that they're trying to accomplish. They're literally just trying to set up a horse shit contract nonsense to just limit your ability to use a product you're trying to buy. I hate that shit.
So,
like,
I used to, like, I say used to, I still sometimes do, depending on the scenario. There are cases in which I end up defending Nintendo, and I feel bad about that, but at the same time,
it's frustrating, because there are things that they do that are defensible, and then they do this shit. Like,
yes, okay, my issue is when they do both, and then the outcry is on both, but it's like, your outcry was on the wrong one first, now it's on the right one, but you still think the wrong one was also wrong, or also right, even though it's wrong. Like, for example, the whole, this is just an example, but the Point Crow situation that happened a while back, where they took down, like, they gave him 2 strikes, essentially, being like, it's a YouTube strike.
I'm seeing what you're saying, Syntax. One comment that I would ask that you avoid the use of the R slur.
Got really mad.
I understand your irritation on the topic, discussing, but I do ask that you avoid the R slur.
One-sided from Point Crow's perspective, but like, you look into it even remotely, and you're just like, oh, you know, they kind of did the right thing for once.
It's okay.
Where not only was Point Crow showing off all the different modding things, and was like warned against it 7 times in private, in like legal documents, being like, we don't want you doing this. Please stop showing them how to do it. That we don't care about. After those 7 warnings, he decides to put out a $1,000 bounty saying, hey, I need you to hack and butcher Nintendo's netcode to find security flaws for my own personal gain. If you do so, I will give you money. So after getting warned to not do something...
Oh, hey, Rat. It's been a while. Welcome.
He turns around and says, fine, I won't do it. I don't remember what the bounty actually was, but it was like either $1,000 or $10,000. It was some stupidly high, ridiculous amount. But to then get a warning and be like, hey, I know you were plotting a murder, you can't do that, and the person just goes, fine, $10,000 to the nearest person who murders someone for me, is like, that's wrong! Don't do that! What is wrong with you? I get that Nintendo is bad. Yes.
Yeah.
But I cannot get defending Point Crow in that situation, unfortunately.
Fair. Yeah, that is a common issue of choosing to sort of pile on to a certain like, it's like, I don't know, the unfortunate team dynamics, right? It's like we're on team anti-Nintendo right now, so anybody that's anti-Nintendo, we're all aboard. And it's like, well, I don't know about that. Like,
exactly. It's like,
yeah,
like, that's the side of the internet that I think I dislike the most. Is like, if you're gonna be mad about something, please try to be mad about it for the right reasons. Don't just be like, they copy-struck him twice and almost took down Point Crow, even though he's our favorite Nintendo streamer. Why would they do that when he's giving them free advertising by playing their games? And I'm like, man flaunted a $1,000 bounty in their face after being told not to do so like 7 times in private. What do you want from them? If you did that to someone, you would get the same thing. If someone did that to you, you would want the same justice.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. I'm trying to remember the specifics. I just saw something come up about negativity on the internet, and like generally the sort of nature of negativity being a negative spiral, right? That just like continues on. It's
yeah, not wrong.
It sucks because it's like there's so much bad on the internet, and it's like all of that stuff sort of fuels itself. And now I'm just sitting here thinking about, like, I started this whole discussion, and it's just like, it's frustrating to be stuck and being like, yeah, now here I am being super negative, and it's like, it's frustrating because there's so much justified negativity, right?
I know.
It's like there's so much stuff that feels justified to be negative about and frustrated about, and it's just like, how do you even tackle and talk about that stuff in a way that doesn't just continue to foster like shitty attitudes and drives towards just like negative like outcomes for everyone involved? And it's like,
as a person who tries his best to tiptoe this because I want to get good at marketing my own video games, my solution is usually to, yes, you focus on the positive for a bit, but it's like, if I remember this stupid math that my professor gave me, it was like for every 30 minutes of negativity, devote 15 to 20 of positivity on the same aspect, like on the same topic. And you will notice a significant change. So, for example, let's take the Nintendo bricking thing, for example. Because the Nintendo bricking thing has people worried.
It is worrisome.
It is worrisome, yes.
Well,
However,
and the obvious...
Go ahead. Let me give the tiny defense. Again, you can still be mad at it all you want. We can go into the negative in a minute. But on the positive side, look at it as having the same rights as everyone else who's using the thing. Because, for example, one of the biggest problems today is definitely scams. Scams are everywhere. Scams and swindlers. Everywhere. And one of the big things that happens is, most of the time, it's like with elderly people and stuff like that getting scammed.
Yeah, unfortunate.
But there are a lot of cases that are growing significant that are children being scammed.
Oh, yeah.
This may be confusing as to how it ties into breaking a Nintendo system, but it was given in form of a legal defense as to why they should be allowed to do so, which was under the case that, let's say you go out as like a parent and you buy your son a new Switch. You want to get him the Switch too. You run into the problem of, unfortunately, scalpers exist. They always will.
Yeah. Annoyingly.
So you're left, but you really want to please your son, so you're left with no choice but to go to the scalper. Not even a month later, you find out said scalper is actually like a jailbreaker, for lack of better terms. Someone who will be like, oh, I'm going to put all these pirated games onto your Switch for free. Not only have you now run into that moral dilemma of causing the piracy in the first place, which, yes, I get, there is a whole other argument around piracy of games and whether or not that should be allowed.
Sure. That's a whole thing.
I'm not and am for it at the same time. I think it needs to be done under the right circumstances. But under those circumstances, yes, you should be allowed to download a game for free. Who cares? This game is from 1982, and no one sells or manufactures anything for it anymore. Why are you not allowed to download this? That's wrong. We're doing the equivalent of burning the library, but with goddamn video games at that rate.
Sure are.
However, so ignoring that moral dilemma of like piracy, there is the other issue of if he can mod all those games onto your Switch, and he can mod Zelda to be 2-player, for example, what other backdoors do they know about that they aren't showing off to the public or telling people about? And now suddenly you go to buy your son a game, what's that $100 gift card you put on there just suddenly isn't on there for some reason?
Sure.
We don't know why. According to Nintendo, you buy like 500 Robux with it. And you're just like, no, I didn't. This account hasn't even played Roblox. How do you get that? And they're just like, it was from your account. Out of our hands, you let this happen. It's like, at that point, one of the only things you could ask them to do reasonably is be like, A, yeah, you need them to fix their backdoors and whatever. But B, it can cause other hardware. You could fry a TV with it. We're in a very digital age where things are very vulnerable.
Yep.
Just plugging that, like USB-C, for the most part, transfers data now, as well as power.
Oh, sure.
That's why you shouldn't trust other chargers.
Yeah, don't plug your USB stuff into anything that you don't own. Don't do that.
Yeah, that's a big no-no regardless. But like, overall, the point is like, if these are all issues to be concerned about, it is nice to have that terms of service to say like, yeah, we do have the right to brick that console. Because, sure, you paid for it, but you are using it for a very malicious intent. And if you're using it for malicious intent, you shouldn't be allowed it. That's like saying, they bought the hammer, they're allowed to commit murder with it. I'm not responsible for giving them a hammer that they told me they're going to murder people with. Or like,
I don't know.
I was showing him a hammer in the store and he decided to murder a customer with it before he bought it. Or like, as he paid it off. It's like, at that point, yeah, you take the fucking hammer away. And unfortunately, it sounds scary because it's like, oh, they have the right to brick my console. I paid a lot of money for this. And if it's misused, that is indeed what it's a problem. And yes, I can agree that is a very negative problem to have. You should be scared of that. But there has still been that past 20 minutes of positivity of like, it sounds like a lot of negative things that happen, but it leads to a positive outcome of like, yeah, it looks like that terms of service might actually be okay to have in that case. But if they don't have that terms of service, they can't do it. They can't do anything about it. Not a single thing. And unfortunately, that is why we have terms of services in the first place, is so that we can hold companies responsible to things like this.
Right.
So in the case of them bricking a console, I agree that it needs to be treated the same. It needs to have circumstantial evidence. That they were like committing a valid crime that should take away the property from them in order for them to brick your console. Having the vague language of, you did something we don't like so we get to brick your console, I hate that.
So,
Really in the negative.
This is kind of an interesting sort of dovetail topic, actually, into something similar. First, I'm gonna touch back because Syntax on my side had commented that I may have won them over a little bit on the idea that there may be a bar where some people shouldn't be allowed to like spread shit on the internet because it's like, what do you even do with that? And yeah, like that's really what I'm talking about. It's because like there is always a risk in sort of anything like this where it's like, well, what if people say stuff that I don't agree with? And it's like, right. Just like I don't agree with it feels like it's flippant or like, you know, oh, easy to misuse or stuff. But it's like there's another bar above that that's like, it's not agree or disagree. It's like people are spreading information that's like harming people. Like people are doing things that are causing extremely negative outcomes based on spreading information, misinformation, lies. Like stochastic terrorism is a term that has had to come up and be very prevalent lately because like there are information brokers at this point that are just causing real world harm based on the shit they spew. And to say that like no one should have a mechanism to be able to remove them from like their methods of communication to the world, like they're to take them off their platform is like that's too irresponsible. Like there has to be a breaking point where you're like, this is unacceptable behavior. We have to get rid of them. Like, there's always a risk of being like, well, that was misused, but like, okay, then let's try to make sure it doesn't get misused. Let's have checks and balances to ensure that, like, you know, we're doing it responsibly or whatever. But like,
that's why we're losing money.
But at some point,
after the ghost ride, okay, we have the ghost ride. We can.
Oh, that's going to be a pain in the ass. I did add $50 a month research to try to keep moving towards rides.
I know you. I didn't know you did that until just now, but I was questioning where. Like, I was looking at my budget, going, somewhere else is red, and it's like slowly building up every month as to why it's red.
It should have just been $50. That shouldn't have been like nuking the budget.
I am accounting every detail in this budget right now.
Well, the big problem is our number of visitors has gone way down.
Yeah, why is that?
Well, we haven't built anything new in months.
This is a series of
because you steal all of the money and put it into the loan.
Yeah, because our loan is so low now. We're so close.
Finding true information is a challenge. My stratagem has largely been around like independent YouTubers providing pretty well like substantiated information to get most of my information about like the reality of the circumstances. But oh shoot, there was something I was gonna dovetail into what you were saying about the Switch. Oh, right. Terms of service.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting sort of
it has to go both ways.
Challenge in resolving both, as you say, kind of both ways. 'Cause, right, there's like, well, it's an issue sort of that the terms are vague. We're about to go bankrupt if we don't do something. Like, it's vague to say, oh, Nintendo can brick your system if it's misused, blah, 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 without
play for a second.
Sufficient, like, clarification. The problem is that that's actually also running counter to one of the other significant issues with terms of service, which, at least in the US especially, terms of service are extremely unreadable. They are insanely long, are on every single thing that you do throughout the day. Like, all these services you sign up for, like, you literally do not have time to read all of the terms of services. So it's like, it's this tension of how do we clear, well, there's, I know kind of how you get through the tension. It's like, there's a tension between how do we be clear enough that people are like secure in what they're reading, while brief enough that people can actually read it. And
do you want to know the unfortunate answer? Because there is an actual answer to this.
I also have an actual answer.
There's like a very specific cause for terms of services being as long as they are in the U.S. right now, and I now know what it is, and I now know why it's.
Well, what is your thought on that? And see if it matches mine.
One of the newer in quotes U.S. laws relates to companies having to tell you who they are selling your data to. Part of the Data Privacy Act or something like that. This is a good thing. They should have to tell you at a moment's
Incorrect.
notice.
They should not be able to sell your data.
I agree with this too.
That's the thing.
Well, no. Okay, I don't agree with that, but I will get into why, because it's a specific issue, not a generalist issue. I will get into that in a minute, but however,
yeah, exactly, Syntax, because it's insane. They'll just do a little bit, and then it's like, it's been updated. Go back and read it all. Good luck.
Of why terms of services are so long right now is that companies will bombard you with very generalist, vague, and fancy terms to extend the contract to be as much as possible to tell you exactly who they are selling your data to a point where it's like, technically they can sell it to one company, but they are selling 82 points of data to that company, so they are outlining in those terms of service each and every one of those 82 points and where they get it from you and how they use it from you and who they sell it to. And that causes terms of services to be so much longer than they actually really need to be. Because it almost feels like if there is a data brokerage contract section, that should be on a separate place. That should be a place that goes, I care about having my data sold. I don't want my data sold. Company website tab, or company, you are legally obligated to tell me if you're doing this. I need you to take it down, etc. That's in the works, whatever. I like that. And so that cause for the terms of service being longer is unfortunately why most people just don't read them, is because they become so long from all the companies selling every last bit of data they can on you to make it as much money as physically possible.
That is some of it. There's actually sort of a simpler piece of it. And a huge part of it is because they are, of course, covering their asses through all the different ways that they can to attempt to screw you over. That's kind of fundamentally the way it works. The simple solution, which Europe has done far better at, their terms of service are much, much shorter, is because their legislation and protections are objectively and fundamentally consumer focused and consumer weighted. Corporations get screwed because the consumers should be protected, and that is what should be the case. The US
I agree with that. The bit that I didn't agree with on the data selling bit is not as much that as it is I don't think they shouldn't be allowed to sell any of their data.
I do.
I think they should only be allowed to sell
Why should they be allowed to sell data about you? Let me turn it around. Why should they be allowed to sell data on you?
I think they shouldn't be allowed to sell as much data on you, but that they should.
Why should they be allowed to sell any? Why?
Because there are some things that are just too common knowledge.
Why do they get to sell it then? It's your data. It's my data. Why do they get to sell it?
You can go and sell it too. You're allowed to as well.
Why do they get to profit off of it at all? It's mine. I should have a copyright on my data. Period. Why do they get to sell it at all? At all. Why?
Okay.
Why do they get to profit on it?
Here's my example at a person or a company. I'm gonna unfortunately use the wrong company for this because it's the first thing that comes to mind without being one of the more evil companies in the universe. but take Pokemon Go, for example. Specifically Niantic and Pokemon Go.
Sure.
You are giving them how many steps you take a day if you allow that tracking, correct?
Sure.
I think they should also be allowed to sell that information. Why? Because you are voluntarily telling them how many steps you take in a day.
No. They've asked you specifically so they can sell it. They have chosen to build their monetization program off of selling the data that they take from you.
Not in that case, though. That is what I'm saying. Like, Google shouldn't be allowed to sell the same thing, right? Like, Google cannot be like, oh, you took 3,200 steps a day, we're going to sell it info. That should not be a thing they can sell. However, if you were giving the example of Pokemon Go and they are saying, we're giving you a game, we're giving you a cool in-game mechanic for tracking your steps and everything, in exchange for this, can we sell the information of how many steps you take in a day? They should be allowed to sell that. Yes.
No.
What? Okay. What is the difference then of, like, let's go pure fantasy hypothetical, right? Let's say you are part of one of two D&D parties. Your best friend says, hey, I know the location of a cool dragon lair. I want to tell you where it is, and all you have to tell me is how long you think it'll take your team to get there. I, however, want to be able to take that and sell it to my shady info broker on how long it takes to get to this dragon lair from that area.
You literally called him a shady info broker.
Okay, I know I called him a shady info broker. There is no
Why are we allowing companies to make deals with shady info? They're all shady.
Because that's the company's right.
I don't believe monetizing people's information should be a permitted revenue stream ever.
But do you think that in that D&D case, do you think that person who is going to go sell that information and how long it takes you to get there, is he allowed to be arrested?
That's not personal data.
It is personal data. It's how long you're going to take. It's your time of the day. It's how many
it's the distance to a location. That's not the same set of information.
Okay, then scrap that. Go with this then instead. He gives you the same info, doesn't want to know anything about how to get there or anything about the location. All he asks is that you tell him exactly how many hit points you return with.
The thing is
he can sell that hit point info. Is that something you would condone being criminal?
Yes, he's selling your health information. That's literally health information. Here's the thing
I don't agree
about
you're willingly telling him. I'm not saying.
Here's the thing.
Current case, because I know the current case means that they are using the stupid vague wording to do it. That's not what I'm referring to.
Right, but
I agree that there needs to be specifics, but I am saying if he asks you.
Here's the thing.
Let him know how many hit points you have when you return, so that he may sell it, and you say yes. I think that is fine, because you are the one saying yes, sell my hit point information.
I don't believe a simplistic example or, like, analogy is acceptable in this circumstance, because the problem with this entire issue is that the common person simply cannot, like, get a full grasp of the depths of what they are giving away or whatever, and how that information is being aggregated and how it ties to them. It's complicated, and people shouldn't have to have a data science degree to understand that they are being screwed. Because, like, yeah, saying, oh, just tell me your hit points, and, like, I'll just sell that, and then he goes to the next town, and another person who's like, oh, why don't you just, you know, tell me, like, your weight or whatever. Now I got your hit points, your weight, like, they sell one piece of data in each town and never realize, never are told, never are informed that all of that ends up aggregating, and there's enough information available to identify them essentially specifically. The thing is, it's complicated, and it can be solved simply by not allowing people to sell people's information for money. What is lost if companies are not allowed to sell data? What negative impacts do society have if companies just don't get to steal shit from you? They make a little less money. I think if companies have to rely on the selling of personal data of their customers to break even, they shouldn't be functional.
I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing.
Then outlaw that shit.
No, I'm not. I'm saying, however, that you cannot outlaw an entire premise based off of a current shadier rule set. That there does.
Yes.
There doesn't.
Yes,
exist.
you can. You can.
No,
you can just be like, you're not allowed to sell other people's data.
That is you saying, oh, I don't know how many, but a bunch of the kids on that one planet are really shady. I'm gonna nuke the planet now.
That is not the same thing, actually, at all.
It is the same.
No, it is not.
It is.
No, it is not. You know why it's not? You don't kill anybody when people aren't allowed to freaking sell data.
You might.
No.
Yes.
No. What is this? What is this hypothetical shithole you've thrown at me?
Okay, the hypothetical shithole exists because there is indeed cases in which selling personal data has benefited the people that they sell the data of.
How?
The whole... Okay, let's say that...
Don't say me. Tell me when and how. Do not say. When and how has someone's data being sold benefited them?
Okay, so... I don't know if I want to be able to get this personal.
Okay. A personal anecdote, huh?
Yes. Because I did not know I was sick until after a few targeted ads for a thing really got me confused, because I was like, what the hell is this?
And
turns out I needed a ton of medicine and like a surgery that I just wouldn't have known about if I didn't get that targeted ad.
Did you like go to the doctor beforehand?
No, because I didn't know it was an issue.
Okay, well, see, that's why regular physicals are good. I am kind of like shocked that you would use an argument that an ad company had sufficient information about you to know that you potentially had a disease before you did as a pro-targeted ad stance.
Unfortunately, I am pro-targeted ads. However, I am also...
we are going to fundamentally disagree on that.
No, I am against the current system. There's a difference. I think there is a world in which you can accurately say, yes, hey, you person, I would like to give you my data to sell, because I believe you can use it to my benefit. I believe that that world does exist. We're not in it.
I do not.
But I agree that that world does exist.
I do not believe the world exists that a corporation can responsibly handle and sell an individual's data, regardless of how noble they may have been in their beginning like their creation of whatever company and their ideals that they had towards, you know, the great things that they will do. I do not believe in a world where a company can responsibly handle someone's data.
I think that's just a pessimistic view.
I am extremely pessimistic about capitalism. You are correct.
I'm not saying you're wrong in having that view. That is not my intention.
Yes, it is pessimistic. You are not wrong.
I'm saying that I believe an optimistic view is possible. Not saying it can or will or should or anything like that. I'm not even saying
let me meet you far closer to the middle than I had at this point, at least. How about then we simply entirely outlaw every selling of data until companies have shown themselves to be more responsible stewards of literally anything. Literally anything. And then maybe we can stop outlawing the selling of data. I could meet you there.
I could agree to that. That is a decent middle ground.
Because
as long as you understand my perspective of there is an optimistic outcome, even if we can't see it at the moment.
Maybe,
I am of the
but
fundamental belief that there has to at least exist a fundamental outcome. Not even that we can achieve it, just that it does exist.
Yes, my somewhat more realistic and consequentialist stances, however, require me to be a proponent of legislation for the world as it exists now, not for the world that may exist when unicorns fly out of my ass.
Okay, so I am enjoying this discussion, which is why I want to ask a question.
Sure.
That will kind of determine the continuation of my side, like my side of the argument. So at one point, you specifically mentioned a corporation.
Uh-huh.
Right?
I did.
So at what point does a corporation become a corporation versus a single person operating under the legalities of a corporation? Like, what if I had an LLC called Data Broker LLC? I take your information, I sell it to the right people so that you get the most out of your info. Like, I go, hey, Poe here grew 42 apples last month. This guy wants some apples. I can sell him, he's willing to pay me to learn who has over 40, or who has 42 apples to sell. And so I sell him the data because I go, oh, hey, Poe, can I tell someone for money that you have 42 apples? I'm not saying you're going to agree to this. I'm saying under the case that you do agree, why can't I sell that data? Is it because I'm an LLC? Or is it because other people have done you wrong? Exactly. That was my only core argument, is that...
Okay, so I am... closer... okay, you're going to have to bear with me because this is going to take me down a whole societal rabbit hole. I am closer to accepting the premise of allowing for some form of data broker that can sell data. However, only even thinking about it potentially from the perspective of there's no degree of questionable exchange. It's like an actual licensing agreement, essentially, where you sell your data directly to a broker and thus are paid like a royalty when your data is used. Now, I have to caveat that in the extreme, because in a maybe ideal world, that's fine. However, that is so easily abused. And from a societal standpoint, especially in the U.S., all right, like, here's the thing. I'm in the U.S., so we have literally the worst capitalist society. We are all the way into dystopia. We are not like flirting with dystopia. We're in dystopia. So I know
you're correct.
In dystopia land how easy it would be to manipulate people into selling their data because they are desperate. Like, that's the thing. Like, people are... There's very little way for this to happen that doesn't rely on coercion of some form. Manipulation, trickery, coercion to get people to give up their data. Like, that's the way that people do this. And so I'm not really on board with anybody selling data simply because of what I believe to be like reliant on bad faith ways of getting the data out of you, whether it be coercion or manipulation, trickery, or otherwise. People would only willingly give up their data, I feel, if they don't realize what they're giving up, or if otherwise they have no choice. In a society where people are properly cared for, properly paid, have proper health care, and don't need something like the money from selling their data, I don't believe they would. And so maybe in a society where all of those things are true, that people simply do not want for anything, we could allow for the selling of data in that kind of arrangement simply because that sort of arrangement would fail, because no one would want to do it.
I would disagree only on the idea that I know for a fact some people just wouldn't care. So,
however, if they are already well cared for, they don't just have to not care, they actually have to seek it out.
Well, okay, so let's go back to the Pokemon Go selling your steps then, right?
Uh-huh.
They're like, hey, you can play our game, chill, have fun. Let's say it was... Okay. If it was outlined in, like, as you sign up, can we sell your data? Your data we wish to sell can be outlined in extremely simplistic terms right here. AKA, you click a single button and it says, like, steps. How many steps you take while playing the game. What areas you frequent while playing the game. And it's just like a yes or no prompt. I think there actually would indeed be people who would go, I don't care, yeah, sure.
Let me ask you a different question. Let's say that there are two games, Pokemon Go and Pokemon maybe Go. I don't care. Two games.
Okay.
Identical in every way. One of them says, I'm going to sell your data, and the other one says, I will not sell your data. loud and clear, right up front, out and proud, both. Do you think the I'm going to sell your data side will have users?
Yes.
Why?
Absolutely.
They are identical except one sells your data. The other one doesn't.
Under the exact same principle of some people just do not care.
I don't think that's true.
There is also a case. Hang on.
I think if somebody doesn't care, they have not been sufficiently informed of the impacts of what they're doing. I think that
I think there is also a case to be made, however, whether this is under the same principle or not, even if people do know 100%, I believe that there is... It's called the Wizard's Aquarium? When did you change that name?
It's been that since it was an aquarium. It's great.
It just never popped up, huh? I only believe these people would exist because, as you say, shadiness will always exist. But there would be people who would take the data selling version and fuck around and find out.
I just want you to know that I think we have syntax on this side screaming at the screen at this point.
Oh.
They just said, I wish I could talk out loud right now. Like, I just like... he's over here screaming at the screen.
What is happening?
It just... I don't think syntax agrees with your allowance for the pilfering of data. I think syntax is on my side. Broadly,
I think... under the guise that people are sufficiently told, I think it should be allowed.
I don't think that there is... I don't think
it should be restricted.
I just don't think that there is a way to sufficiently communicate to people what's happening. And if they're, like... it's too rife for abuse. It doesn't benefit society in any capacity. It's simply a way for companies to make profit in a, behind subterfuge and, under just hoodwinking data out of people. And it's just not... It doesn't produce anything. It doesn't do any good for people. But there is just not
I would also like to point out, by the way, it is not illegal to track or sell people's data in the EU. They just have to be much more clear on it.
Well, yes, but there's also just
EU,
appropriate protections in the EU
right.
that you can take your data back. You can
yes.
They're very much more consumer-sided. Yeah, I'm not. I would take it a step further that they should simply not be able to sell your data. I am more progressive than Europe, sure. Yeah. I will take that label.
Too radical.
I'm very pro-human. Despite being in an Eldritch existence, I'm very pro-human.
I mean, to be fair, I'm a pirate, so...
Yeah, well, you are one for subterfuge in the taking of wealth, so...
Yeah, but it's more like a Robin Hood style. Except the poor
yeah,
don't
but
get it, the ocean does.
The poor are the most preyed upon by this whole stealing of data. They
are.
They get nothing back, and companies just take value from them and take the wealth for themselves. Unacceptable.
I agree. But I'm saying I don't think that means that it can't be fixed and it is inherently bad. I am simply saying that what you are proposing is, to me, akin to me saying, you saying, you're not allowed to sell how many visitors you had on your ship last month. Why not? Why can't I do that? It's my ship. It's my home.
Yeah, but it's also your data.
Not necessarily. You would argue it's yours. You're the one who visited the ship.
Well, in that case, yeah. If I visited the ship, you shouldn't tell people that I was on the ship. That's not personal data, though. That's different data. No, that's different data. Number of people on ship. I still think a better society would come up if you weren't allowed to, like, sell broadly data, but yeah, I agree. It's like, you can sell your data. Whether I was on your ship or not is my data. Whether I was on your ship or not is my data. The number of people on your ship is your data. It's a different tier of data.
But at what point, when I say, hey, you're coming aboard my ship, I'm tracking the data of how many people board my ship. At what point do you go, oh, but I'm a person on your ship, so I'm entitled to part of that data? This is my data.
No, that's not my data.
But you're using their app.
In what capacity? I think they can sell data like the number of people on their app. They can say we've had 5 million people use our app. I think that's their data that they could sell if they wanted to. But specifics of any users, I don't think they can sell.
So,
aggregate data, average data, I think would be fine.
This is where you've crossed. Okay, average. Okay, now you've actually specified and fixed the weird line that you crossed, because you did cross, in quotes, cross a very invisible line a moment ago.
Here, let me make it clear, though. I lean the way of just, no. I don't care if I tell someone, no, you can't actually sell your own data. I'm actually fine with that. Because I don't think, like, your own data should be tossed about. I'm actually fine with that. It might be an extreme stance. I think there's a place in the middle that could be found of, like, that's clearly your own data. That's average or aggregate. That's, like, stuff like that. But, like, I'm generally fine with disallowing people from selling their own data. I'm actually fine with that. Or said another way, I'm fine disallowing people from buying data from other people. Sure, you have the right to sell it, but no one is allowed to buy it from you. Does that make you feel a little less uncomfortable about the restriction?
That's a really interesting take.
I'm actually fine with that being the legality.
That's a weird one. But okay, so the line I was going to talk about is, like, the question of at what point does it become your data or a cumulative data of, like, let's say Uber Eats right now.
Uh-huh.
One of the things that they sell data on is, like, how many purchases your account made, right? If you look at the, like, your info broker, like, spreadsheet that you can get from them, none of it actually tracks your account number. It only says account X, this many purchases were made through Uber Eats. So, at what rate is that data just accumulative if they're not saying it's from you?
It's too easy to... There's too much data that allows for the aggregation of all of those disparate stars into a single constellation that indicates an individual. I'm fine with Uber saying we have X number of accounts. I'm fine with them saying we have a total number of sales or trips, average number of trips per account. Even a range of it goes from this to that. As soon as they are saying, this account has done this, no, that is too personalized.
even if it's in a spreadsheet of all the accounts, none of which with any actual tie-ins to what they were? What if it was a spreadsheet of like account A, 42 trips, account B, 72 trips, account C, and it's like all that's listed is the literal account A, B, C.
We're an argumentative bunch.
But it's all of the accounts throughout their entire platform.
Sorry, say that again.
Okay, so at what point is it like, if they had a spreadsheet of account A, B, C, D, E, all the way through, like, with every single account, right? It was just a numerical value, 1 to however many users.
Sure.
And then beside each of those account numbers, it tells you how many times they purchased through Uber Eats.
Sure. They can't sell it.
Spreadsheet with all of those accounts, that's illegal to sell?
They can have it, but they can't sell it.
Even though it can't be traced back to anyone.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
That's a little too restrictive, I think. I'm a pirate, I'm all for freedom. I think it should be less.
I'm all for a society that is better for people.
Poe just wants to make the perfect, tiny little, like, micro society that are conformed to his exact rules.
I just want people to be happier and more fulfilled and better taken care of. And selling people's data isn't doing it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
I think what you just said was nigh impossible.
Well,
getting rid of that is just gonna
we can get a lot closer.
Your ways of doing this.
Then I'll get rid of those too. It might be whack-a-mole, but if every mole I whack makes the world better, then good. Good.
It's like the what's the term? Security theater. That's what it is to me. It's security theater. It's not going to actually stop anyone from taking advantage of you. It's just going to make them find a new way to do so.
Would you like a mole, Syntax? Well, see, that's the fundamental purpose of the whole take better care of people, get people more fulfilled, and then abuse goes down because people are happier.
Oh, come on, we're so close. I can do this. We're about to pay off our loans. I don't know if you noticed, but I got us an attraction that's been doing really well. I just haven't decorated it yet because I'm trying to pay off
the loans first. The ginormous observation tower?
Yep. The Devil's High.
It's doing pretty good. I knew you were going to make it as high as you could, despite that being not the most efficient thing to do.
It's not, but I would like to point you out to our expense chart.
I love Robin Hood Men in Tights. It's such a good movie. It is still profitable, so I'll give it a pass.
Listen, its whole objective is to pay off $700 more. And then it's done. I don't care what I do with it. I don't care if we shrink it. I don't care if we less rotation it.
Once you pay us that $700, I think it'll have to be time to call stream.
That's fine.
That will be our great accomplishment for the day.
So close.
Arguing for 2 hours and then paying off our loans.
Hey, I've been paying off my loans as I make these arguments.
I know.
I think that's impressive that I've pulled off this level of concentration. I haven't been able to do this normally.
I don't know, maybe the argument helps fuel your focus.
No, I'm the opposite. If I'm reading, I'm stuck in reading hell.
Fair enough.
All that's been happening on my stream is I've been looking at the park while watching numbers go up, if I'm being honest.
I know. Well, yeah, I've been occasionally scrolling around the park and making arguments, so we've been real podcast style for the last couple hours.
I think that's fine. I think that's kind of what I wanted out of this game anyway.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not like we were making a bunch of money that we could actually afford any rides anyway. We're freaking... Our park is poor.
Well, that's what the whole point of today is now.
I know.
It's not poor, so we can focus on that.
We're clearing the loans. Things will go up.
I did a pretty good job of it too.
Yeah, Syntax has correctly identified that you guys have done nothing but moving a mouse and arguing. That is correct.
No. Well, okay. No, I have been.
That is correct on my side.
I was gonna say I've been changing numbers on spreadsheets and like actually identifying what's profitable, what's not. If you notice, the food court had a bunch of places nuked earlier mid-argument.
Oh, good job.
Yeah, they were just too unprofitable to continue.
Yeah, I wonder if
more, by the way, so.
part of it is simply like, fundamentally having a food court. I wonder if it is less overall profitable than like spreading places around.
It might be, and I'd be willing to start doing that next stream as like an experiment. And...
yeah, because it's just like it seems like they focus on certain like snacks or whatever rather than maybe getting the closest snack if they were scattered around, and they're just like, oh well,
no, you're probably right in that like my food court in this game probably doesn't do nearly as well as it does in Roller Coaster Tycoon, because in Roller Coaster Tycoon I learned it actually takes advantage of old programming.
Okay, I'm glad you're still having a good time, Syntax.
And that's why it does so well as a food court.
Yeah, although who knows, maybe it would improve if we ended up with, you know, like 1,000 people in the park instead of our 360. Who knows? Who knows?
Our finances are almost there. We're $300 away.
Oh, did you just pay off some? Is that why we just went negative? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Oh, I paid off some not too long ago, yeah.
Cool. You know, I am still pleased with the Wizards Aquarium. That's probably my greatest accomplishment so far. It has always been profitable, too. People love going there.
Unfortunately, I think my most profitable venture is still just Her Lady's Chambers. Oh no, that's down in profit now.
Honestly, the freaking Race to the Maiden actually makes a bunch of money.
It's been going.
It's
that
like
thing has not stopped having a line. It's great.
Yeah, it's killing it over there.
I made that one work. I'm thinking of putting Her Lady's Chambers over there, but renaming it to Her Maiden's Chambers in quotes. So that it's Race to the Maiden, funny. And you get Her Maiden's Chambers.
Okay, that's funny. I do wonder, actually, yes. So you have a little bit of extra straight before and after the station. I wonder if you stretch the station, if you can have more than the 5 cars. Like, if you get up to 7 or 8,
yeah,
that we just fit more people on it, maybe get more money out of it.
I mean, the line is... I guess, yeah, if I can fit more money out of it, I can... Or if I
fit more
people on it, then I can do that.
You just... If we had, like, 8 people per run instead of the 5, we're just making more money.
Yeah. I will say, I think that entire argument was just pure entertainment for me. Although it was honestly the only, like, argument where I've ever actually defended a real stance of money.
Fair. It's a more meaningful discussion than whether freaking pretzels are a dessert or a snack. Because, like, man, that was a whole thing. Well, and suddenly I'm realizing, by the way, for some reason, we really lean into the arguing when we're in the middle of Parkitect for some reason. What's up with that? Damn.
Because it's entertaining.
I guess. Oh, Syntax asked, do you guys collect your free games on Epic? I yes. Used to go by and... I used to. I don't anymore because I realized I never really ended up going back to play any of them. And especially because I have Humble Monthly. So I get, like, their 12 free paid for games every month. And there's a lot of overlap, you notice, in, like, publishers who are trying to get a game just, like, anywhere they can. might be an Epic this month, ends up in Humble Monthly next month. Maybe it ends up on Xbox Game Pass the month after. Like, you notice a lot of overlap.
Oh.
And so my sort of consistent, like, stream of games out of Humble Monthly has kind of covered most of the games that would have come out of Epic. So I used to,
Hey,
but then I kind of
speaking of,
ended up not eventually.
How do Humble Monthly games work? So do you get a code to redeem them on Steam, or?
Yes. So the way Humble Monthly works generally, you can pay for a month.
I have.
Then you get, depending on the tier you have, you get a certain number of them that you can select out of that set for the month. Or I have the Humble Monthly Classic because I've been on the freaking Humble Monthly for like years. Which is why my Steam library is so goddamn huge. And so once you select them, then it'll come up, and then you have the option to redeem them, and it'll give you the Steam code to go redeem on Steam normally. That's how the Humble Monthly works.
So, I should have asked this earlier then. But what I thought about that Humble Monthly thing is that I'm like, there are other games I could have given you in trade for the code for that one game.
Oh.
Because I prefer that sort of thing on paper.
Sure.
But, like, I just didn't bother to go through the energy of doing the research on anything I could have, like,
right.
The trade of. But I'm thinking about it now, and like, if you see more deals like that, let me know, because
sure.
I wouldn't be opposed to that sort of a trade of, like, there's something big that's happening, or like there's some new, like, not new game, but you know what I mean, like there's some game. How did I click the exact wrong button to try to pay one of the $300 for missing?
That's it.
But like, yeah, if there's like a thing I know about that's roughly the same price, and I'm like, oh, we could easily trade these things, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Sure. I mean, I'll let you know of any games that come up on the monthly that, like, seems like a thing that would strike your fancy. I usually try to spread that info around, because I'm like, oh, hey, it's a cheap way to get games.
Yeah, like that, the Cursed Shadow Crew one, I was debating for a while.
Uh-huh.
My issue with it is I don't know how I feel about a top-down stealth game.
Okay, that's a good one, Syntax. New Vegas with expansions, that's pretty sick.
I don't know, wrong is not the exact right term. But it doesn't feel like something I would enjoy looking at that much.
Yeah.
I also have a new pirate game that's coming out, and like, we're getting a playtest in like a week.
I've not actually ever played New Vegas, shockingly. It's like, I know it's almost a sin, but I never actually have played that one. I should. It'd be a good stream game.
Like, newer game that's coming out on the 29th is A Nice Day for Fishing. I'm excited for it. I accidentally bought it, and I'm now going to just hold it in there. Yeah, what happened, I went to go buy a DLC for a game. There's a game that I highly recommend playing on stream for a single casual-based stream, by the way. It's free to play. It's called Open World Game, The Open World Game.
Open World Game, The Open World Game. Okay.
It is an
I've
open
not heard
world
of it.
game.
Really?
That you...
I really wouldn't have expected that. Actually, now that I say that, I really wish it wasn't an open world game, because that would have been so funny.
I know, it would have been so much funnier. It's the fact that you cut it off at like the perfect half point of the premise too. Because that's the first half of the premise, is that it's an open world game. The second half of the premise is that you play entirely through the perspective of your mini-map.
Oh, interesting.
There is no high fructose like models or anything. No extreme insane action.
I think that's
a mini-map marker.
That is a really amusing premise, because there really are games that, like, I realize, like, after so many hours or whatever, it's like, I spend so much time looking at the minimap. Like, I'm not looking at the game anymore. It's all minimap all the time.
You should find a day to schedule a stream for open world game, the open world game. I'm gonna go look at it on my Steam page, or my Steam thing here for a second. Yeah, I have a total of 10.5 hours on this. I've done
the gratuitous DLC.
I've done 3.5 runs. Yeah, okay, so the gratuitous DLC is the thing I bought.
Right.
They did the funny of trying to name it Part 2. So, the whole game.
That's true, Syntax. That would really be a good one to potentially pull in the randoms.
Arrow input things. Like, you WASD to move. And you arrow key to do the thing. Right? So
I just read the first, like, bullet of about this game as, like, over 400 pickup icons scattered across an open world. Like, that's the descriptor and the selling point is, like, look at all these pickup icons. It's like,
so
okay.
if you look at the trailer here too, it's like that is what the game is. You're doing this a bunch, and it sounds dumb until you realize it's free to play and it's fine.
Yeah, it's like, whatever.
Waste your hour or whatever. B, there is actual content in here where, like, some of these skills actually do things that change the game, which is kind of funny to me. That it's like, it's hidden among, like, right here is like aim. And it's like, aim skill is you really don't care about unlocking this. And it's so stupid. But then in that sea of stupid, there's like, wait, this actually does something? Hang on. Why?
Oh, did we pay off our loan?
Of course. We did. We're done.
Yay! We did it. Good job, us.
There's, like, a unique fishing mechanic, obviously, but one of the things that I was trying to see if it would show you is there's a journal section that details each and every single icon and what it was. So, like, all the different, like, fights you have, all the different icons you touch, etc. All the icons, like, correlate to stuff, so, like, the hearts are all romance options.
Mm-hmm.
And you can read in the journal what the romance option actually was and, like, who that person was you just romanced. Or you could read, like, in a different one about an escort quest where you go down and you're like, he scraped his knee at one point, but he got up, so it's okay. We tolerate babies here. And so it's like, it does have actual content hidden behind it. And then the thing that happened with A Nice Day for Fishing was that I had it sitting in my cart, and I really wanted to get this game's DLC, because it has one DLC to it.
Right. I have not played Fallout 1 and 2,
where
Syntax.
it adds,
I
like,
played
a
3.
dungeon crawler mode.
But that's actually kind of the only one that I played.
Not mode. It's a New Game Plus mode. And you, like, actually enter a dungeon crawler, and you actually have to... I forgot about the walking in circles. But you have to, like, accurately press these, and the thing it doesn't show properly is that when you look at the, like, icons when he's doing it, so when you're doing that, it's like WASD is this left arrow and all of these ones after it, and then up, down, left, right is these arrows, so you can, like, double hit enemies or double get hurt if you mess up the two inputs at the same time. And I'm like, it was like a $3 DLC for the game that honestly put a good 5 hours in here.
Nice.
The two normal runs I did of, like, New Game were both like an hour and a half each, I think. Which is why I'm like, if you want to stream a game, go stream that game and, like, just read some of the things as you go through.
Pretty manageable sort of stream time.
It's a really good stream for just, like, if you don't know what, like, if you don't want high action, you don't want high debates, you just want to sit, relax, and have a laugh, that's a good go-to game.
That's fair.
That I would put on your radar. Other than that, go play Entropy Center already. That game
yes.
played by more people. It's so
yes,
good.
yes. So I have heard.
So
Alright.
Good.
I think it is time to save and call it, though.
It is indeed time to save and call. I've
Alright,
been, like,
let's save.
saving over this
Save.
thing so many times.
I have saved. Alright.
I will say goodbye to you here, so I can say goodbye
Yep.
to my own chat after.
Yep. Thanks for hanging out and arguing with me.
Thank you, too. No, it was fun. I enjoy it. Surprisingly, I enjoyed having a realistic argument that I was actually kind of serious about for once.
And in general, reasonably good faith.
No, it was. I don't
It
think
is.
either of us ever really crossed the line,
Yeah, no.
to my knowledge.
Nope. I'm good. I just still think I'm right, so it's fine.
It's okay. You're entitled to your wrong opinion.
It's all right. If I had any, I would be entitled to them. All right, good night. I'll talk to you later.
Fine.
Bye. All right. Thanks all for hanging out. Syntax, honestly, thank you for tolerating the couple hours of argument. Like, I probably wouldn't have done anything differently because, I mean, it's my channel and that's just the way I am. So, you know, but honestly, it means a lot that you're still here. Because, oh boy, I am an argumentative bastard sometimes. But here we are. Pleasantly, at least. Tomorrow is Friday. So, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here for all of the podcasting and mouse movements and occasional theme park related things and mostly just arguments. Thanks for hanging out. Saturday will be when we're back next. Saturday we will be playing Final Fantasy IX. So if you want to see some of the Final Fantasy IX antics and, well, more grousing about that, I'm sure. Be sure to come by for that on Saturday. But have a good night. Enjoy your Friday. Enjoy the upcoming weekend. And, you know, maybe work a little bit on those projects, eh? maybe, sadly, you won't have an excuse now that I'm gone. Maybe you can get some projects done. God knows I need to do some projects. I'm here also avoiding my projects, I suppose, in a sense. Because you know, we all got shit we got to do. But you know what? Oh, well, here we are. Yeah, I'll definitely think about the Vegas. I haven't been as into isometric games lately, just because, honestly, I'm not really sure why. The amount of effort that, like, focusing on a bunch of characters and navigating around, I just haven't been as into them as I had been in the past. Like, I used to play a lot of isometric games, but I just haven't been as into them. Well, RPG, I should say, because I still like Path of Exile. Anyway, I'm getting distracted again. And I can't just be up here rambling all night until the freaking morning. It's practically midnight. So thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for popping over, Seaweaver. Good thing you just barely got your Void Orb. Have a good night. Have a good Friday. Enjoy your weekend. Bye.
Initiating goodnight sequence. Dispersing appropriate dosage of compound 347. Initiating phase 1 of memory calibration. This won't hurt a bit.